Warm welcome to Miller Park, where there are only 3 series left at home for the Brewer crew, and a big one starts tonight against the Rockies before they hit the road for a week-long road trip. The last time the Rockies and the Brewers met, they started a series back on July 14th, and you see the Brewers at that time were a half game out. They lost the first 2 games of that series, and finally when they got winning, well, all the way today, the Brewers have now built a 6.5 game lead as they enter the final 2 weeks of the regular series at lead, of course, over the St. Louis Cardinals. Only 14 games to play for the Brew crew. Davey and Craig back on board with you here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Now, if the season were to end today, the Brewers would begin on the road because they're tied right now with Arizona in the playoff chase, Davey. And you look at the importance of finishing with the second best divisional record versus the third, and this is the situation the Brewers are in right now. It's home field advantage at stake.
Well, it certainly is, and that's the one thing what you want. The Brewers have the best home record in baseball, so they would certainly like to have home field advantage during the playoffs. Now, it's going to be really difficult because they're head and head with Arizona. So Ron Reinke says, hey, we can't worry about that. We just have to concentrate on winning every game.
Yep, they lost the season series to the D-backs, so they got to finish with a better record. Zach Attack is ready to start it out. The Brewers hurler is a perfect 10-0 at home, 5-0 since the All-Star break. B and Rock tell you why he's an ace at Miller Park.
On Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Triple Hopped Brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. By AT&T. And brought to you by Toyota, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Toyota territory at Miller Park.
Under a haze of ash courtesy of the Minnesota wildfires, we are here at Miller Park tonight, and the roof is closed despite outstanding temperatures. It's starting to feel like fall, isn't it? Zach Greinke on the mound for the Brewers tonight against Esmil Rogers as the Brewers start a 2-game set with the Colorado Rockies. Hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. Great to have you with us tonight. We'll see if the Brewers can keep things going. Very nice win in their last game against the Philadelphia Phillies, and now the magic number is 9. And Rock, they have their ace on the mound. He's pitching like an ace once again, Zach Greinke. Not only has he been good lately, he's been very good at home this year.
Yeah, 10-0. Do you think that's pretty good? 10-0 here at Miller Park. Has not lost a game, an ERA just a little bit under 3 in his last 12 starts. You see the numbers for Greinke, but the impressive thing, he's allowed 2 or less runs, not just earned runs in 10 of his last 12 starts. He's been mixing his pitches extremely well, throwing them all for strikes. He's 10th in the National League in strikeouts, and he missed 6 starts. He's got 172 strikeouts. A great guy to have to start this Colorado Rockies series.
And there are the splits for Greinke, home and road. He has been a warrior here at Miller Park, and a former Cy Young Award winner. You know about that. How about a future MVP, Ryan Braun, starting to play like one again. He had a big hit, a game winner on Sunday. Can he keep it going here tonight against the Rockies?
Center field, this is way back.
It's a dream come true. I'm excited about the position we're in.
All you do is win.
It's a dream come true. I'm excited about the position we're in.
And there is Ryan Braun leading his club onto the field at Miller Park. You see Braun making a run at a National League batting title this year. Jose Reyes of the Mets playing the Nationals tonight. He is 1 for 2. He's hitting .330. Ryan Braun at .331. He'd be the first in franchise history to do it if he can get to the finish line. Jim Tracy took his club to the playoffs 2 years ago. It has been a down season. The Rockies have already been eliminated. 69 and 77 for the year. Tracy putting this lineup out today courtesy of Piggly Wiggly. Dexter Fowler, Mark Ellis, Carlos Gonzalez at the top. You got Tulowitzki, Helton, and Smith in the middle. And then Jordan Pacheco, Willeen Rosario, and Esmiel Rogers rounding it out. Some new names to this Big League Rockies roster. And the numbers on Zach Greinke, Rocky, has been very good. He's making his 25th start of the year.
Yeah, opponent batting average of .245, and the impressive thing for Greinke, as we talked about on our open tonight, those strikeouts, 172, 10th in the league, and he's only got 24 starts. He missed 6. and is still in the top 10 in the National League.
Dexter Fowler leading off for Colorado. Rockies are here for just 2 days. A quick 2-gamer. As a matter of fact, this is just a 2-day road trip for Colorado. They go right back home starting on Thursday. Quickly, a ball and 2 strikes. And Fowler takes one on the inside corner. A called strike 3.
Didn't take long, did it? I'm not talking about the strikeout. I'm talking about Tim McClellan messing you up.
I hung in there all right. Plains Farm and Fleet defense. Braun, Morgan, and Hart. McGee, Betancourt, Weeks, and Fielder with Jonathan Lucroy doing the catching.
That might be a record, you know. First hitter.
First hitter, he got me. Ricky Weeks is back in the starting lineup and not expected to play the entire game. But on his birthday, he is making his 2nd consecutive start. And to let you in on our inside joke, Tim McClellan, longtime umpire, a matter of fact, a player favorite among umpires, but he is not a broadcaster or a fan favorite in the way he calls his strikes.
He barks it out, but doesn't give the hand signals until very late. And you have to be patient to call balls and strikes with old Tim back there. He was an umpire in the American League when I was catching. Been around a while.
Yeah, probably most famous for the George Brett incident. He was the man behind the play when George Brett and the Pine Tar incident came storming out of the dugout at Yankee Stadium, and Brett was playing for the Royals. And McClellan has a spot in Rockies history as well. He was the home plate umpire in the playoff game. Matt Holliday scored the winning run for the Rockies that sent them into the postseason that year against San Diego. McClellan was the one who called him safe, much to the chagrin of Padres fans everywhere. So now that you have your history on the home plate umpire, we're set for baseball here.
There you
go. Miller Park. Mark Ellis acquired from the Oakland Athletics. A pretty good hitter for the Colorado Rockies. Hit .268 for the year in the National League. He really came on at the All-Star break. That's when the Brewers saw him last. That was a split of a 4-game series between the Brewers and the Rockies. And you could say the Brewers season turned around against Colorado on the 3rd game after the All-Star break, as Greinke walks Ellis and a base runner with 1 away. Carlos Gonzalez, many felt he would make a run at an MVP this year in the dynamic duo in the Rockies uniform, Gonzalez and Troy Tulowitzki. He's put up good numbers, Rock, but it has been an injury-filled season for Gonzalez, and the worst kind of injury for a hitter, a wrist injury.
Yeah, I mean, he's been battling that for a long time. I mean, even when the Brewers were in Colorado right after the All-Star break, just wasn't swinging the bat well, coming back from, one time on the disabled list, had to go right back on. But this guy is the real deal. He can do it all. Hit for power, hit for average, and he can run. He's got 19 stolen bases.
You have to take his season in context from last year. Had a huge year last year, a breakout season. Speaking of Matt Holliday, Gonzalez came to the Rockies in a Matt Holliday trade. A big swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's where you want to attack a guy like Gonzalez, up in the strike zone with a big fastball at 94. And Todd Helton having a nice year, hitting over 300.
Lucroy wants it up in the strike zone. Got a runner at first with 1 out, the 0-2, and he missed inside. Colorado has a good lineup. They can hit, they can score runs. All depends on the health of Gonzalez and Tulowitzki on a nightly basis, but both are in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, the Rockies 3rd in the National League in runs scored. They get on base a lot, they walk a lot. They've actually scored 26 more runs than the Brewers. The Brewers are considered to be a good offensive club, but the problem is their pitching. 14th in earned run average, and they have allowed 96 more runs than have the Brewers. Therein lies their position right now in the standings.
Colorado is 69-77, officially eliminated a couple of days ago. They're 16 back of the front-running Arizona Diamondbacks, who are
pursuing a division title once again. They're getting close. The Brewers' magic number is at 9. Little movement yesterday. The Brewers were off, but the Cardinals lost. They let a late lead get away in Pittsburgh. Pirates have had St. Louis's number this season, and it was a big win from the Brewers' perspective as the Pirates beat the Cardinals yesterday. Magic number of 9 with 14 to play, including tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Gonzalez, and that one missed barely. 3-2 the count.
Well, pretty good eye up there at the plate by Carlos Gonzalez. Didn't miss by much. Greinke with the 2-seamer. Maybe an inch.
Now we'll see if Ellis is on the move at first base in a 3-2 count, and Greinke will check on him. Now, good off day yesterday. The Brewers had a grind 'em out victory on Sunday. Thrilling win here at Miller Park. Nyjer Morgan, a game tying double. Brian Braun followed with what would be a game winning single as Gonzalez sneaks one by Ricky Weeks, and Ellis on his way to third. That's probably a play Ricky Weeks will be making shortly, but not right now as he is just back into the lineup.
Yeah, playing, he's shading over towards second base to try and turn the double play, but the range for Ricky is going to be somewhat in question for a while until he gets back to 100%, which he's not. Yeah, Zach missed his spot with that fastball. Supposed to be away with Ellis running on the pitch. Getting out of the way, he's able to get to third base.
And early trouble for Zach Greinke tonight. First and third with 1 out, and the dangerous Troy Tulowitzki. Another 30-plus, 100-plus year for Tulowitzki. 30 homers, 105 runs batted in, and his batting average at .306. He's been nursing a hip injury, Tulowitzki. You wouldn't know it by his numbers, but he is not at 100%.
Not bad for a shortstop, huh? 30 homers, 105 driven in, hitting over 300. Yeah, these Rockies, you can swing the bats. They will score some runs on you.
The career of Troy Tulowitzki was a hamstring injury in 08 that set him back. 2008, he only played in 101 games. Bounced back with a big year in 09 and then a monster year last year. He's been inside the MVP voting, inside the top 5 the last 2 seasons. He's a Gold Glover. He is an All-Star, 2-time All-Star. He finished second to Ryan Braun in the Rookie of the Year race back in 2007.
And he's in a ballpark that you would figure he's always going to have the numbers to be in consideration for that MVP, the way he's able to put up numbers. And does more walking around home plate than any big leaguer. After every pitch, adjusts the gloves, walks around the dirt area.
Now Greinke could use a ground ball here. 2-1 the count on Tulowitzki. And that one's upstairs. Well, Tulowitzki in his wheelhouse now at 3-1. Todd Helton on deck. More stressful pitches than Greinke had hoped for to get his night started tonight. Three and two.
Up down over the fastball at 95, and that was the pitch that Gonzalez banged into right field, a 3-2 fastball. And Greinke likes to use the slider on the full count to right-handed batters. Let's see what he throws here.
Tulowitzki getting it just right at the plate. Full count, and Greinke fake to third, a check on the runner at first. It looked like
Gonzalez was on the move. He took 2 steps towards second base.
Almost had him. Kind of a lonely feeling for a base runner. I bet you're not going to get me on that. Almost did.
There he goes. 3-2 pitch, fouled away. Went to the breaking ball. Tulowitzki able to get a piece of it.
Yeah, that's the thing that has really separated Greinke, you know, since maybe his first handful of starts, you know, 5, 6 starts, he's been able to mix all of his pitches. All 4 of them have been pretty good. Not afraid to throw any 4 at any time.
And going right back to it. And again, a fake to third, a check on Gonzalez. Just trying to slow him down enough. If he does get a strikeout, could give his catcher a chance to throw out the runner at second base.
Either that or ground ball. He might keep him close enough that he won't beat the throw to second base.
Three-2. There he goes. Bouncing ball to third. McGee coming home. And the tag is going to be in time for the out.
And a good block of home plate by Jonathan Lucroy. Hanging right in there and stopping Mark Ellis on a dime. And Ellis limping off back to that dugout. Well, Casey McGee knew he wasn't going to get 2. A high chopper and a good throw, and look at Luke blocking off home plate. Well done. Cuts down that run. Never got there. That's a heck of a job by Jonathan. A good throw, good decision by Casey, and a good block of home plate.
Out number 2 at home plate. Putout goes 5-2 on the play, and now 2 men are on for Todd Helton with 2 out. He's swinging away at the first pitch. Forever a Rocky, Todd Helton. And you start to put his numbers into a historic context. He's 38 years of age. He's been in the big leagues since 1997. And the numbers are starting to stack up. It looks like 3,000 is going to be out of reach for him, but certainly 2,500 is a possibility. He has 2,363 career hits coming into play tonight. Has over 550 doubles, has over 340 homers.
He puts up some monster years. I mean, not just the big batting average, but home runs, RBIs. That was back in the pre-Humidor days of Coors Field. That's when they were putting up some unbelievable offensive numbers. But take nothing away from Helton. His numbers on the road are outstanding as well. It's not just Coors Field.
Helton has won a batting title, hit .372 back in 2000.
Yeah, 2000 to 2004. I mean, 42 home runs, 49. He's in the 30s 3 consecutive years with lowest batting average at .329.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Helton with 2 on. Greinke having to reach back early here tonight as Helton fouls one off his foot. And the count stays at 2-2.
Next pitch for Greinke in the first inning, number 30.
Never want to start a game with a high pitch count. Coming out of the bullpen, you're not established into the game yet. You've got to reach back for some of your A stuff.
Yeah, high pitch counts in the first inning take it out of you more than they would be in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th. At that point, middle of the game, you're somewhat oiled up. You're into it, and
now the Brewers utilizing the off day yesterday, skipping Chris Narvison's spot in the rotation.
Greinke gets a call on regular rest here today. Another 2-2 on the dirt, and the count goes full.
And this Rockies ball club is they're a bunch of tough outs. I mean, they're third in the National League in on base percentage, second in walks. So they're not a bunch of guys who are going to swing too many pitches out of the strike zone. Greinke's ready to learn that about them.
The base runners will be on the move with the pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs. Gonzalez out at second. Tulowitzki at first. There they go, and a ground ball to Weeks. No harm. A lot of pitches, but Greinke gets through it without giving up a run. Now the Brewers coming up. Hosting the Rockies. Roenicke would like to see that offense get back in gear here this week. Ron Roenicke's batting order for tonight's game against Esmil Rogers. It's courtesy of Piggly Wiggly. He's got Corey Hart, Nigel Morgan, Ryan Braun at the top, Prince Fielder, Ricky Weeks, Casey McGee in the middle, Uni Betancourt, Jonathan Lucroy, and Zach Greinke rounding it out. And just having Ricky Weeks back in there gives that lineup a different look. Esmil Rogers on the mound. Rock, it's been a struggle for him lately.
Yeah, 0-4 with a .683 earned run average in his last 5 starts. His last win came back on August 9th, and he hasn't really given up too many home runs. Matter of fact, the Brewers have not hit a home run in 3 games.
So Corey Hart will lead off, and a first pitch strike in there from Rogers. Corey Hart hitting .283 with 24 homers, 55 driven in. Hart had 2 hits on Sunday in that Gallardo win, and a single and a double and a run scored. Matter of fact, it was Hart who started the 2-out rally in the 7th inning. He doubled down the left field line. He was driven in by Morgan, and then Braun drove in Niger to put the Brewers on top for good. Much needed win on Sunday, partner. That was a game that the Brewers had to have. You know, you hate to put must-win situations, but having lost the first 3 and 4 in a row, actually 5 in a row, the Brewers needed to put one in the win column.
Yeah, just whittle down that elimination number for the Cardinals a little bit. That's an understatement how big that win was. And the Cardinals would go on to lose yesterday, so an elimination number of 9. The Brewers are in good position right now. They're in a spot where they're playing teams, all the teams that they play the rest of the way, under 500.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Hart. And a bouncing ball to Tulowitzki. Not a better arm in the big leagues than that one. And he loves to show it off. 1 gone. Check the defense behind Esmil Rogers for the Colorado Rockies. Seth Smith, Dexter Fowler, Carlos Gonzalez in the outfield. You got Jordan Pacheco, Troy Tulowitzki, Mark Ellis, and Todd Helton. And Willeen Rosario, one of the best minor league catching prospects, getting a chance in the big leagues. This is a very good defensive team. They have some of the premier defenders at their positions in all of baseball, including Tulowitzki at short, Todd Helton at first, and Carlos Gonzalez in the outfield.
And they've committed only 82 errors this year. That's tied for third in fielding percentage. And a lot of different Rockies responsible for that. They have used 54 players this year. Talking about guys coming up and down from the minor leagues and players on a disabled list. 54 players and 29 of those pitchers. It's been a tough year for Jim Tracy.
Well, Nigel Morgan ahead in the count 3-0. There's a strike outside corner. Niger hitting .310 to start play today. 4 homers, 34 driven in. That 34th RBI was a big one Sunday as he takes another one in there for a strike.
Yeah, Rogers is one of those guys that started his professional career as a middle infielder. In 06 they decided to make him a pitcher. He's got a good arm, but really struggles with his off-speed pitches. Not much of a change-up. He does throw a slider and occasional curveball. You're going to get a lot of fastballs from Rogers, a lot of them down the middle, but he's got some decent velocity. Only 26 years old.
26 years of age, but a young arm, as they say, and relatively new compared to most big league pitchers to the position. Pop up, foul territory. That's headed for the seats. Well, you get a lot of different answers from the opposition about Nigel Morgan and how he is perceived. You certainly know how the Cardinals feel about Nigel Morgan, but the man in the other dugout, Jim Tracy, is a big fan of Nigel Morgan. He was the manager in Pittsburgh that brought him to the big leagues.
Niger is one of those guys that when you just evaluate him based on his baseball skills, is a tremendous baseball player. I mean, he's got everything that you're looking for in a winner. And sometimes the personality takes over.
Another 3-2 pitch and a bouncing ball to Helton. Makes a play for out number 2. Long battle. Rogers coming back from down 3-0 to get the out. And here comes Ryan Braun, and let's see what he's done compared to the rest of the National League. He is the league leader batting average to start play today, a .331 hitter. He also leads the league in slugging percentage. And all of those second place numbers in major offensive categories. He's in the top 10 in hits, RBIs, total bases, and stolen bases, which I think is separating Ryan Braun in the MVP discussion.
Not often you see first in batting average and first in slugging percentage. I mean, that is a rare combination to be leading a league in. You're not talking about a bunch of slap base hits for Ryan Braun.
Braun with 27 home runs, 96 driven in. And not just putting up the big numbers, but coming up with the big hits, the clutch hits, like he did on Sunday. He has always had a knack for the big moment.
Yep, he's the kind of a guy that wants the bat in his hand in those spots. And so does every Brewer fan.
He's down 0-2, unable to check his swing. And he strikes out. Rogers spins him a breaking ball in the dirt, and a 3-up, 3-down inning for Esmil Rogers. temperatures here in Milwaukee. But the roof would normally be open, but we're all shut up here today. As speaking of shut up, there's Drew Olson manning the post.
One of the more intricate and important parts of what we do on a daily basis.
Versatile.
He's down there and acting as ball person.
He's dialed in. I didn't expect him to be in that role tonight, but there he is.
I hope for his sake he doesn't boot any balls down there.
Yes, he has a lot of eyes on him now.
I mean, he is really laying himself out there.
Greinke falling behind Seth Smith. And a ground ball to fielder. Greinke will cover. One gone in the second.
Hey, September 24th against the Marlins is Fan Appreciation Night, presented by Chevrolet. All fans in attendance will be automatically entered for the chance to win fabulous prizes, including a 2012 Chevy Cruze.
That must be something. You don't use the word fabulous very often.
It is fabulous.
So we're looking forward to that.
Fan Appreciation Night, and once again, Brewers Brewer organization very appreciative of all the fans that have come through the turnstiles this year, giving something back. Great fans here in Milwaukee.
No question. Coming out in full force. Over 3 million at season's end, you would think. Jordan Pacheco coming up from the Rockies minor league system. Been a catcher down in the minor leagues for the Rockies, now at third base. And he rips one to left. A base hit. Second hit for the Rockies. The book on him is that he's a very good hitter and has a chance, because of his bat, to have some staying power in the big leagues.
Yeah, waited back nicely on that Zach Greinke curveball that stayed up in the strike zone. Check it out. Up around the belt, a hanger, and he stays back long enough to be able to bang it into left field. Just a little bit off the end of the bat, but a pretty good swing.
A one-out base runner, and Willeen Rosario will hit. A couple of guys at the bottom of the batting order for the Rockies that are prizes from their minor league system they're getting a good long look at. Willeen Rosario is one of the top minor league prospects in all of baseball. He is in just about everybody's top 50 list, those who analyze minor league talent, which is not an easy thing to do. But Rosario has all the tools to be a top shelf defensive catcher, and as is the case with a lot of defensive catchers, you wonder how he'll hit in the big leagues.
Yeah, which is probably the reason why you got to move guys around. If they can hit, you maybe put them somewhere else. Looks as though he's going to be the heir apparent behind home plate.
A good breaking ball from Greinke. It's 1-2. Willeen Rosario has one home run, just 15 big league at bats. He's 3 for 15, and a swing and a miss. Greinke with another spinner. And I believe that's strike 3.
He's not sure. Yeah, it's strike 3.
Rosario looking for the 4-strike league.
No, if you don't know much about a hitter, what you do is see if you can hit a breaking ball. Everybody can hit a fastball, but there's that slider for Greinke. That 2-strike slider down in the zone. He might hang curveballs from time to time, but very rarely, if ever, does he hang his slider. It's always down there around the dirt. That's where you want it.
I wonder if Willeen Rosario got Tim McClellan there at some point through that at bat.
Everything's Tim's fault tonight,
That's right? I like Tim. Good umpire.
He is. Always has been.
Just hard on our broadcaster. That's all.
It's got to be patient.
The 1-0 fouled away to the pitcher, Rogers. I like that league, though, the 4-strike league. That changes things.
I would have dominated that league. I think I would have.
No, I'm not sure.
Well, maybe not dominated. Done better. There's a guy that can swing the bat a little bit. Rogers, the pitcher, hitting 300.
His batting average and his on base percentage are exactly the same. 304. And remember, Rock told you he is a converted infielder. But at some point there was a breakdown offensively that sent him to the mound.
That's what happens. Now you're a catcher, maybe an infielder. You're having a tough time with the bat. Organization says you got a good arm. Why don't you try pitching?
A swing and a miss. Chased a breaking ball. And Zach Greinke with a couple of strikeouts at the bottom of the order to get out of the second. Prince Fielder will lead off when we come back. No score at Miller Park. You see his name in many of the major offensive categories as well. He's the only National Leaguer to start in every game this year. And Fielder leading the league in intentional walks. Right now he is 4 home runs shy of the league lead. Albert Pujols has 35. But Prince with 108 runs batted in, 4 behind Ryan Howard. And there's the home run story on the Powerball home run leaderboard. Fielder with 31. But here we are on the 13th of September, Rock, and he has not homered since September 2nd at Houston.
And a bit of a stretch where he's really not seeing the baseball all that well. We've seen Prince chasing 2 strike pitches out of the strike zone. Maybe trying to just, trying too hard to finish strong and put an end to this divisional race.
Now, one of the great moments of the year was a Prince Fielder matchup against the Colorado Rockies, a 14th inning walk-off 2-run homer for Fielder. He nearly hit it into the dew deck in right field. And a big swing and a miss.
He tried to hit that one into the dew deck.
And his good buddy Ricky Weeks, his childhood friend, back in the starting lineup and hitting 5th behind Fielder now. And a swing and a miss. Fielder checking for the hole in his bat.
Yeah, that was a pretty good slider. Took a little bit off. And Prince thought it was a fastball and had a fastball swing and a breaking ball.
A little bit outside. We take you back. After the Brewers arrived at 6 a.m., they played a game that night, May 20th,
And Murphy's Law, you go into 14 innings, and Fielder sent everybody home happy. May 20th against the Colorado Rockies. Fielder in the air to center. And Dexter Fowler will make the catch for out number 1. Click on the Fan Zone tab on the FoxSportsWisconsin.com homepage. You can win prizes in the new Fox Sports Wisconsin Fan Zone. Buy team merchandise, game tickets, unique fan experiences, tech toys, and more. And if you're not a member, join now. It's fast and free, all at the Fan Zone tab. FoxSportsWisconsin.com. Ricky Weeks on his birthday, getting a nice hand as he makes his 2nd consecutive start. Unlikely he'll finish this game tonight, but he is working his way back.
And the reports on Ricky after his start a couple of days ago were perfect. Everything coming out nicely after the start. The off day yesterday helped him a bit, but you figure Ricky in the starting lineup tonight, maybe to get 3 at bats tomorrow, and then another off day for Milwaukee. And all things check out well. You might see Ricky in that starting lineup through 9 innings.
Now, Weeks told us earlier today, he joined us on Brewers Live, saying that this is spring training mode a bit for him, just trying to get his legs, his baseball legs under him. Ground ball that's bobbled by Pacheco. No chance to get Weeks. We'll see how they score that. That was in the hole. Going to be a tough chance for Jordan Pacheco.
Yeah, that's got to be a base hit. Ricky not running at full strength. And I think if Pacheco picks it up the first time, he might have a shot at him. And it is a base hit for Ricky. So Ricky Weeks in 4 at bats since coming off the DL has been on all 4 times. 2 walks, a hit batter, and now a base hit.
Now keep in mind, Pacheco is a catcher. He's been catching most of the year. This is not a familiar spot for him. So if there is a landmine out there for Jim Tracy at his 3rd base, it's only his 4th start at 3rd base.
That's a big adjustment for a guy too. I mean, going from being a minor league catcher to starting to play 3rd base in the big leagues. It's one thing just trying to get that comfort level at a position that you're used to, let alone getting to the major leagues at a different position. That's tough.
Casey McGee at the plate takes a strike. Now Weeks' return to the lineup drops McGee 1 spot into the 6 hole. That is one big bat to get back into the starting lineup. An all-star slugger, Ricky Weeks. And it changes the dynamic of this batting order, and you can think of it from a pitcher's perspective. McGee rips one in the gap. We'll see how Weeks runs here. It's going to the wall. And Ricky is around 3rd. He's going to try to score. Tulowitzki's throw. Weeks slides out at home.
Yeah, Ricky doesn't think he was tagged, and Tim McClellan ringing him up. Boy, what an arm by Tulowitzki. That's some kind of a throwing arm by the Colorado shortstop. My goodness, that was a long throw from the outfield. It was right on the money. Well, perhaps a healthy Ricky Weeks. He's going to be able to score standing up, but being aggressive. Look at his throw from Tulo from the outfield. Looks like he got him, but Ricky thinking he had the hand in there. Ricky running the bases very well. No problems with the turn around the bags. Kind of stumbling a little bit, but not a bad tag by Rosario.
Well, we'll see how Ricky comes out of this. And there is the slide, and you got him on the hip. Boy, I don't know.
He looked like he was in there, but Tim McClellan brings him up. It was a high tag. Didn't get him until right around the hip, and Ricky's hand was in there.
Betancourt down the line, glove by Pacheco. And he throws out Uni to end the inning. The Brewers get a couple of hits and a runner thrown out at home plate.
By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Subway. Try our $5 featured footlong of the month. Subway, where winners eat.
No score between the Rockies and Brewers in the top of the third here at Miller Park. I'm pleased to be joined by a very special guest. It's United States Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Ray Mabus. And Mr. Mabus, you had a chance to come here for a very special reason involving a combat ship. I'll let you explain.
I really did. I get to name every ship in the United States Navy, which is one of the really cool parts of this job. And I came here because we named a ship the USS Milwaukee. And it's the fifth ship to bear its name. It's a littoral combat ship, very fast, very powerful. It's going to be one of the backbones of the fleet. It's being made about 3 hours north of here in Marinette, Wisconsin. And it was named after the people and the spirit and the enthusiasm of Milwaukee.
Well, you're also an avid baseball fan. You had the opportunity to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. I know that you are a baseball fan of an East Coast team. We won't go there. But what are your impressions of the Milwaukee Brewers and their postseason chances?
Oh, man, look, last year I threw out the first pitch at Cisco, and you saw what happened to them. Wow. So I think it's looking good for the Brewers. I mean, they got a great team. They got a big lead in the NL Central, and you know they've got the potential to go a long way into the postseason.
Well, Ron Renicky has been the captain of this ship in his first season. He has the boys 24 games over 500. Now he manages a roster of like 40. You manage over 900,000 people and a budget of excess of $160 billion. How do you manage that?
Well, you stay pretty busy and you stay pretty tired, but you get to occasionally do things like this, which makes it all worthwhile. And you get to deal with sailors and Marines all over the world. And we've got the best force we've ever had. We got the most formidable expeditionary fighting force the world has ever known. And they protect us day in and day out, and we ought to all be proud of them.
Well, we thank you for your service, and we also thank you for joining us in our great city of Milwaukee, and we're going to hold you to that word. You threw out the first pitch in San Francisco last year, and we knew what happened.
That's right. Well, I mean, now it's up to the Brewers.
All right, thank you for your time. B.A., let's swing it back up to you.
All right, great. Great to have Secretary Mabus here with us today, and it's been quite a homestand for visits. We've had a two-star general. We have had a Navy SEAL here with us. It's humbling, and it's been very interesting to get to know some of these guys that are serving our military and our armed forces.
Yeah, a lot of hard, dangerous work that they do. It's good they come out to the ballpark and relax a little bit and watch us work.
Yeah,
if you want to call it that.
And a great moment to have a ship, the USS Milwaukee. That's something special. And how about the job to be able to name all the ships in the fleet? There's Weeks again on the ground, and he throws it off the dugout, and that's going to skip away. Mark Ellis on his way to second base, on his way to third. He'll stop there.
Good job by Ricky to get to it. He just couldn't get the handle, and once he did, he kind of airmailed it past Prince. Put a lot on it and not much direction, and those are the kind of mistakes that you're going to make when you have been out as long as Ricky has, but certainly a play that he'd tell you he should have made. And look at a change up for Ellis, and Ricky able to get to it. Right there, he kind of lost a handle on it and not even close at first. Going to be a hit and an error. So a base hit and an E4.
And a leadoff base runner at second base for Carlos Gonzalez. I beg your pardon, one away. And a bouncing ball foul. Greinke now with 4 strikeouts. And 3 consecutive strikeouts until that ball in play by Ellis. Gonzalez singled his last time up, hit a ground ball through the hole between first and second. Well, the Cardinals are at Pittsburgh tonight again. Second game of that series. St. Louis leading 4-2. They're in the top of the 7th inning. Cardinals are batting in the 7th inning.
Yeah, Pirates with a 3-run 8th inning last night to beat St. Louis.
They'll ask if he went, able to check his swing. So Gonzalez working the count in his favor. 2 balls and a strike. We'll be keeping a close eye on the action in Pittsburgh with the Cardinals and the Pirates. Also watching the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. Arizona back on the West Coast. Their game will be underway in about an hour. Arizona is in Los Angeles tonight, taking on the Dodgers. It is Ian Kennedy for Arizona, going after his 20th win of the year against Chad Billingsley for Los Angeles. Diamondbacks will get Kershaw tomorrow. Right now, the Diamondbacks and the Brewers tie for the best, or the second best record in the National League. Swing and a miss. 3-2 on Gonzalez.
That challenged him right down the middle with a fastball, and Gonzalez trying to hit it out.
The Brewers are going to have to be 1 game better than the Diamondbacks to get that second best record mark. Arizona owns the season series 4-3. Little bouncer, McGee, and a low throw, and it's bobbled by Prince. And a couple of errors in this 3rd inning. And the Rockies have 2 on with Tulowitzki coming up.
They can't be making defensive mistakes. I mean, that's costing Zach Greinke extra pitches. This inning, for all intents and purposes, should be over. And not sure why Casey felt as though he needed to rush the throw. He did, and Prince not able to pick it at first. A short hop off the heel of the glove, and Gonzalez able to reach.
So 2 on. Troy Tulowitzki coming in with 1 away. Brewers have played good defense in the second half for the most part. A little shaky here in consecutive hitters with Greinke on the mound.
Yeah, this is not the part of the Rockies batting order you want to be messing around making errors. Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, Helton coming up.
Last time up, Tulowitzki reached on a fielder's choice, and he pulls one this time. A high, oh, it hit the wire, and Braun has it bounced off of his glove. That is a foul ball. The base umpire is calling it in play, but Tim McClellan right on it.
Yep, it hit in foul territory, and Tim McClellan called it right away.
It hit the support wire. I'm not sure I've ever seen that hit before at Miller Park.
I haven't. I've been here a long time. I've never seen a ball hit up there.
Right there. And you can.
Yep, it hits in foul territory and then comes back into the field of play. It's a foul ball. It's a dead ball once it hits that wire out there in foul territory. Even if Braun caught it, it just would have been a strike.
You saw Braun just say weird.
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 Yeah, it's first time for me, and I've seen just about every game in this ballpark.
Yeah, this ballpark opened in 2001. You don't see many go up that high. So a ball and a strike on Tulowitzki. And in the dirt, Lucroy, a nice block.
Yeah, but it hits that one of those wires in fair territory. It's a live ball. Unless, of course, it hits in fair territory and careens into the stands. I'm not sure what happens. It's probably a double.
I can't imagine that. I guess it could happen, but
Right.
the odds of that happening, because where it is in fair territory, you think about how far you have to hit that ball, how high you have to hit it.
Well, the odds of it
a strike in there
hitting in foul territory are minuscule.
Right.
But
And that's a better option than in fair territory.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like St. Pete. I mean, the roof at Miller Park is much higher than most of the dome stadiums. It's always a fun drill for some of the coaches with their fungo bats to see if they can send them up there that high. Nobody ever gets there.
No.
Then you just get a bad back and a trip to the athletic trainer's table. 2-2 pitch. Little tap of foul. Well, the Brewers flirting with a little danger here early. Greinke had 2 on with Tulowitzki at the plate in the first inning. They were able to cut down the run at home plate. And he is back up with 2 on in the third inning. Instant offense with Tulowitzki at the plate. He has big home run power.
Now, upon looking at the Miller Park ground rules, I was incorrect about whether or not if Braun caught that baseball. If he caught it, it would have been an out. Okay, he missed it. It's a no play. But if he caught it, he would have been out. And base runners could advance at their own risk by tagging up. There you go.
But you never thought you'd have to go to the ground rules for a ball like that. After all these years, it finally makes contact. Well, that didn't miss by much. Greinke looking for the ring up from Tim McClellan. Instead, it's ball 3.
Yeah, that one down and away. Tried to get that comeback over the outside corner.
See if the Rockies have their runners in motion. Looked like Ellis wanted to run 2 pitches ago and had a little spin out, so he stopped. Tulowitzki has seen a lot of pitches already in this game. Another full count on him. And Greinke trying to keep Ellis close. Ellis reached on an infield hit, went to second on an error. Gonzalez reaches on an E5. 2 on with 1 out. This will be Greinke's 70th pitch already. And a pickoff at second, close play. He is back, barely.
A good spin move by Greinke, and that was a designed play. Ricky covering the bag. You see him right behind the base, and he's clearly safe. But just barely. Good quick move by Greinke.
Just in there. Runners go. 3-2. He went, and no throw by Lucroy, but Tulowitzki down on strikes. So Greinke picks up strikeout number 5. 2 outs in the inning. Both runners advance. Double steal for the Rockies.
Well, once again, a slider. And even though Mark Ellis was being held close, Greinke in the dirt, Tulowitzki couldn't hold up. But runners advanced to second and third. A double steal.
And now Todd Helton with a base open at first. Tulowitzki has stranded 4 base runners already. Another good block by Lucroy.
It looks to me like Greinke's being very careful with Todd Helton with first base open. Surprising that the Brewers just don't walk him. Or Seth Smith on deck, left-handed hitter, having a good year as well.
Lucroy, a quick trip to the mound with Greinke. It's going to be an early night for Greinke. Got a lot of pitches on the board.
Greinke's spending a lot of time with base runners tonight. We really don't see him do that much. Not sure why.
Well, we'll see if Helton has a green light. 3-0. He's been known to swing away in the past with a 3-0 count. And he takes a ball low on 4 straight. Helton draws a walk. It looked like the unintentional intentional walk to Todd Helton. Greinke being very careful with him.
And the problem with that is you spike a couple of sliders, they go to the screen, and a run is in. It's just been a struggle for Zach so far tonight. 3rd inning, and he's already got 74 pitches. I think that's 75.
Does have 5 strikeouts, giving up 1 walk. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Seth Smith at the plate. Oh, that's perfect. Nothing goes with a veil like nacho cheese. I think she went down the wrong row, though. Off his foot. Smith down to the count, a ball and 2 strikes. And now the crowd trying to help Greinke through this bases loaded jam. Could be a swing batter for Zach Greinke. Smith trying to do big damage with a base hit here. Greinke looking to strike him out to get out of this inning. Lucroy blocks, can't find it. Greinke coming home. Lucroy's there, and out is the call.
Wow, what a play.
Greinke and Lucroy hook up with a beauty at home plate. Mark Ellis says he got there. Jim Tracy comes in. 2. They get 3 outs at the plate in this game. Look at the reaction by Lucroy.
fastball is, and Greinke flips it to him without Lucroy really even knowing where the ball is, and just instinctively able to block home plate and keep Mark Ellis from scoring a run. That's a heck of a play by both of them. Lucroy twice, and Zach Greinke flipping it to him as he gets to home plate. Well done.
Ellis never got to the plate. Well, you'll see that one again tonight. That was a great play on all fronts. And Greinke just continues to show that Gold Glove form on the mound. I mean, there's not a better defender as a pitcher.
Yeah, he got there quickly.
Just to have the wherewithal to shovel it to basically an empty spot. And Lucroy wasn't even looking at him yet.
Right, yeah.
No Brewer pitcher has ever won a Gold Glove.
That's not something you can work on in spring training right there. That's just instinctive, making something happen. Just making it up on the fly. That's what those two guys just did. So an inning that was riddled with very bad defense, all of a sudden very good defense gets him out of the inning.
And the two involved will lead off this bottom of the third as Lucroy takes a ball. 3-1 the count on the Brewer catcher. Our stats man Mike Faulkner doing some research on Gold Gloves makes a great point. You realize since 1990 there have been only 4 pitchers to win Gold Gloves, 4 different pitchers, because Greg Maddux won 18 of them.
Right.
Bronson Arroyo won it last year. Adam Wainwright in 09. Mike Hampton broke the string for Greg Maddux. And Zach Greinke will certainly be in the discussion for a Gold Glove this year. He and Sean Markham. Lucroy, a base hit to right field. Beautiful piece of hitting there by the Brewer catcher. And a good way to start it.
That's what the Brewers have to do. They have to be patient. They have to put themselves in the fastball counts. And as we talked about in the first inning, Rogers will give you a fastball to hit down the middle, which is exactly what he did with Lucroy on the full count. Inside out stroke, able to hit it hard into right field. A good start to the third. A number of very hittable fastballs that you will see from Rogers.
Snaps an 0 for 10 on this homestand for Jonathan Lucroy. Greinke a good bunter, likely up there to bunt. You never know with Ron Renicky though. But most of the time he has his pitcher bunt in spots like this. He bunts it foul. Renicky has actually used Greinke on a non-pitching day to come off the bench to bunt. You remember the time he came out in a Bierbauer jersey, had the wrong jersey on, the jersey for the next day, chopped down a perfect bunt, even in the wrong jersey.
And that was on national television.
He bunts that one foul, so it's 0-2. Greinke in a hole. One thing we've seen a lot of from the Brewers in the second half, especially the sacrifice bunts, small ball, advancing runners when they can, taking extra bases.
Yep, sacrifice flies have been very good from Milwaukee in the second half.
Well, Greinke waves at it and strikes out, so not a good at bat for Zach Greinke. Unable to advance Lucroy as we go back to the top of the order.
Yeah, come celebrate halfway to St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, and you'll get a green Brewers cap and save some green with $17 Lowe's bleacher tickets. Call 414-902-IRSH or visit brewers.com/Irish.
Top of the order here is Hart. Grounded out to short his first time up. No score at Miller Park. Brewers and the Rockies in the first of a 2-game series. The Brewers dropped 3 out of 4 to the Phillies. They did win Sunday and can salvage a 3-3 homestand if they win the next 2 games. More late inning trouble for the Cardinals. Had a lead in the 7th, and the Pirates have tied it up, all tied at 4. Pittsburgh and St. Louis, they are in the top of the 8th inning now.
Those Pirates have been tough on the Cardinals all year.
A lot of long at bats here tonight for both teams.
Yeah.
2 balls and a strike on Corey Hart.
And neither team really expanding the strike zone too much, making pitchers work.
Something about that slider from Rogers as the Brewers chasing.
You got Braun on a slider in that same location, way off the outside corner. As soon as I talk about being patient at the plate, Corey waves at one about half a foot off.
Full count with Lucroy at first. Hart with big power at the plate, has 24 homers this year. And he lays off. Tough slider that time. Corey Hart good at that.
I don't think that Rogers has thrown a breaking ball for a strike. I mean, he throws that slider hard and it looks like a fastball coming out of his hand. That's why you see the Brewers waving at some. But as far as throwing it for a strike, he hasn't done it.
And that'll bring Nigel Morgan to the plate, first and second with 1 away.
You see that dot on the baseball. You can tell it's a slider and a good 3 inches off the corner.
Two on, 1 away. Morgan at the plate. And jumps on the first pitch foul. Niger getting most of the playing time, but he's still in a platoon. And it'll stay that way the rest of the year. But now that Ricky Weeks is back, Renicky has a few more options in that platoon. Not just Carlos Gomez in center field. He can use Jerry Hairston if he wants.
You can start Hairston out there in center field. You get a late lead. You put Gomez out there. And, you know, Carlos has just had a tough time at the plate since coming back from the disabled list. Yeah, it's something you would expect. But the bat's going to play the rest of the way. There's no doubt about that.
Now the Brewers are at their best when facing a right-handed starter with this kind of lineup. Pickoff play at second, and Lucroy is just back. Not by much.
Yeah, been a lot of close calls today at the bases. A couple of plays at the plate. A couple of plays at second base. See Tulowitzki sneaking in there and almost able to get Lucroy.
Man.
But he got the hand in there.
Base hit should put the Brewers on the board. 1-1 the count on Morgan. And a ground ball off the bag, it looked like. Helton is there, and Rogers takes a throw. So the runners advance, but 2 gone. And here comes Ryan Braun, just the man the Brewers want at the plate. And why? Because Braun has been good all year, but in his last 30, he's hitting at a 365 clip. Look at the RBIs. 22 ribbies in his last 30 games.
Out in these spots, he ordinarily comes up big, and the tougher the situation, the better he becomes. Rogers got him on a slider his first time up.
Second and third with 2 away. Braun struck out. A rare strikeout for Ryan. Brewers are hitless tonight with runners in scoring position. We are early. That was the big story for the Brewers in the Philadelphia series. Not much success until the final day with runners in scoring position. And Braun grounds one over to third. Pacheco makes the play, and the Brewers strand 2. We go to the 4th. No score. Rockies coming up.
First for the 5-2 put out. Then Ricky Weeks trying to score from first in the second inning, and he couldn't get under the tag. And then in the third is Mark Ellis once again. Zach Greinke throwing one in the dirt. Jonathan Lucroy blocking it, but they're able to get Mark Ellis once again, and it's still scoreless here in the top of the 4th. BA.
All right, Telly, thanks. And there is the pitches by inning, which is a story here for Greinke because he is starting to push near 80 pitches now. That is 79 on the board for Zach Greinke as we start the 4th inning. Got a big shift on for Seth Smith, who was at the plate when the inning ended at the plate. You may go an entire homestand. You'll see 1, maybe 2 plays at home plate. We've had 3 already.
Right. And just to finish up on the ground rules on those on the roof. And looking at the ground rules as described in the Brewers media guide. Now, if a ball hits the roof or part of that roof in fair territory, you play it based on where it lands. Okay, so if it lands in foul territory, it's a foul ball.
Smith in the gap in left center, and that ball is going to fall. And it's going to be a double to start the inning for Seth Smith.
Yeah, so did you understand that then?
It'd be just like bouncing off the wall. You know, you don't know what bounce is going to happen off the wall.
If it hits one of those wires of the roof in fair territory, it's in play. If it's caught, you know, it's an out. Now, if it hits one of those wires of the roof in foul territory and it comes back into play, you can catch it and the batter's out.
Right.
So just to clear that up, I mean, that's never happened here at Miller Park since I've been here. And that's been every game, 2001.
Well, in another decade, when it comes up again, you're going to have to remind us about it.
We'll get it right. We'll get it right. Got to get it right. That's what it's all about. Might take a while, but we'll get it right.
Jordan Pacheco with a runner at second. Greinke has been in trouble in just about every inning. He had a runner at first with 1 out in the second. Other than that, stranded 2 in the first, stranded 2 last inning as Pacheco slices 1 foul.
Yeah, good thing that double wasn't hit last inning with a couple of men on. Not to say that everything would be the same, but hey, to end the inning, and you allow Seth Smith to get his double with nobody on.
Pacheco singled on a hanging breaking ball from Greinke in the second inning. And now Lucroy on his way out for a visit. Pacheco's only been in the big leagues a week. Made his major league debut on the 6th of September against the Diamondbacks. Actually had a hit in his first career major league at bat. Was catching at AAA Colorado Springs. Played just 5 games at third base in AAA, and there's a swing and a miss. Greinke strikes him out. So some of these young hitters, Greinke has gone with that slider, and he's picked up a number of strikeouts. That is the 6th K. Carsoup.com email the booth question. Will let's see, the Brewers start at home or on the road in the postseason have an effect on who the starting pitcher is in Game 1? I'm not sure the grammar is accurate, but
I guess
I get the point.
I guess we're gonna have to ask Ron Rennie. 2 things to consider. I mean, no pitcher on the Brewers has been better on the road than Sean Markham, and no pitcher on the Brewers has been better at home than Zach Greinke. So I guess if you're looking at it, that way, if the Brewers started at home, you go with Greinke. If they start on the road, perhaps Sean Markham, or maybe you throw all of that out and you start Gallardo.
You will not get an answer on that from Ron Renicky. He will stop you before the question is even finished.
And look right through you as if to say, why would you ask me that?
There was some discussion about setting up the rotation with the off days here, and Renicky wouldn't even budge on that one. He said, I don't like manipulating my starting rotation. I like them to fall where they're going to fall if at all possible. Line drive to left. Braun, that is over his head, a misplay in left field. And this is going to bring a run home. Seth Smith will score on what will be a double by Willeen Rosario.
Yeah, defense is a bit shaky tonight. The guys are not playing very well in the field. It'll go down as a double, but that is certainly a ball that was misplayed out in left field. It's got to be caught. A slider up in the zone, one of the rare times that you see Greinke hang a slider. Rosario hits it hard, but it should have been an out. And misjudged by Brawny out and left. And it's going to cause Greinke a run. He actually took a step in and had no chance to recover.
So 1 out, a run is in. 2 doubles in the inning, and now it's Esmil Rogers. Colorado's pitcher at the plate. He struck out his last time up. Brewers have committed 2 errors and a couple of misplays to go with it that don't show up as errors. Greinke's given up 5 hits now. And Rogers trying to bunt his way on. That'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. You don't see pitchers do that very often.
No. And not feeling very comfortable against Greinke, even on the 2-1 count. And he drops it down. He gets the runner Rosario to third base with the top of the order.
Again trying to bunt, and he strikes out. Lucroy secures it at first. Boy, Lucroy putting on a clinic behind the plate tonight. That's as textbook as it gets to secure the 7th strikeout for Zach Greinke.
And some of these pitches in the dirt from Greinke have been tough to block. I mean, they're bouncing in front of home plate. You know, that play that ended the last inning was almost impossible. You got to be lucky sometimes, but you put yourself in position, and sometimes you do get lucky. Doing a nice job just smothering that one. You see the way he squares his shoulders and able to get the out at first base. There have been some tough chances tonight for Jonathan Lucroy.
So 2 outs, and back to the top of the order, Dexter Fowler, who has struck out twice against Greinke. Got a runner at second. Rosario actually runs pretty well at second base, even though he's a catcher. He has decent speed. Another swing and a miss. He's come up empty a number of times against Greinke. Fowler has spent some time in the minor leagues this year. He looked like a mainstay 2 years ago. Struggled at the plate, went back to AAA, found his swing, and then returned to the big leagues.
And the thing I like about him, he's so fast. I mean, he can run, he can steal bases, he can, you know, run them down out there in center field at Coors Field, which is not very easy. There's a lot of room out there in the outfield.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Fowler. And that one didn't miss by much. 2-2. Greinke's been all around the edges tonight. The pitch count continues to rise. Got a runner at second with 2 gone. And that one's in the dirt. Another full count for Greinke. On the ground, Fielder will take the hop and step on the bag to end the inning. Well, the Rockies get a run. They lead 1-0. Ricky Weeks will bat when we continue. The Brewers and the Rockies. First of a 2-game set here at Miller Park.
Fox Sports Wisconsin, it's the Rockies over the Brewers 1-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. On Sunday, September 25th, as the Brewers take on the Marlins, all fans in attendance will receive a Randy Wolf bobblehead, compliments of Robert Hack Diamonds. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit brewers.com. And I can't wait for that because Randy Wolf is always critiquing others' bobbleheads, BA, and we'll see how his end up looking like.
Yeah, he'll have a good critique on his own. You can bet. He's not afraid. Prince Fielder leads off here in the fourth. The Brewers are down 1-0. Been a sluggish game so far. Brewers not playing well defensively at this point. Couple of errors, a misplay. Down 1-0 to Esmil Rogers and the Rockies. As Fielder rips one to right. That's going to go to the wall. Prince hustling around first, on his way to second. Gonzalez has a cannon, and Fielder is in there with a belly flop. A double for Prince Fielder to start the fourth inning.
Right, talking about buggy whipping a fastball right down that right field line, and Rogers giving him a fastball at 94 miles an hour. It's supposed to be in, lifted out over the plate, and the big fella rips it into right field. Good start to the fourth for Milwaukee. A Prince Fielder rope into right.
Fielder is safe at second, safe and secure. New York Life. Nothing like a big man and a head-first slide.
Yeah.
Bringing up some dirt.
Notice Tulowitzki wasn't anywhere real close to second base for all that.
No, he'll do some damage. He'll take out a few trees on the way. The hurricane. So Fielder at second. Here's Weeks now. A chance to drive in a run. Ricky has not been retired since returning from the disabled list. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and an infield hit earlier tonight.
And you like the way he's trying to settle back in, not just flailing away and swinging wildly. He's looking at the baseball, making sure he's swinging at strikes most of the time. That's how you get back into it. You'll see some pitches. Make sure. A lot of guys go up there after that much time off just swinging at everything.
Now the minor league season ended when Weeks was ready to return from the disabled list, so there were no minor league rehab at-bats available for him. The Brewers set up a couple of simulated games. They had Mike Fiers from the minor leagues come up. He's on the active roster and hadn't pitched in a while, so he went full out against Weeks. And then there was Ron Renicky, who was once drafted as a pitcher out of high school, stretching out all of his 53-year-old muscles to give Weeks a different look. Renicky said he was sore for 3 days after that.
I guess. And what's Ron get it up about 60 miles an hour?
Well, they're barking at this strike call from Tim McClellan, who has certainly been in the middle of the action. Two and two on Weeks. Fielder at second. And that one's in the dirt. 3-2 the count. Renicky staring a hole through him.
Yeah, Tim McClellan will give you some leeway. I mean, he's got a long fuse. I mean, he's not a guy that's going to just start lighting people up in the dugout. He'll let you say your piece. Well, you don't show him up.
At the very least, Weeks trying to advance Fielder to third base. Hoping to drive him in here, though. 3-2 pitch. And Ricky fouls it away.
And when Rogers is either behind in the count or a full count, he's always been throwing fastballs. He's only going to throw that slider when he's got the count in his favor. Maybe 1-1, 2-2 perhaps, but in this situation, very rarely is he going to throw a slider because he can't throw it for strikes. It's just a matter of whether Brewers are going to be able to lay off it.
That'll slice foul.
Head to the seats. Ricky hanging in there. It is impressive how many pitches Weeks has seen since his return. We talked about the 2 walks, been going deep into counts. He is maximizing his plate appearances.
Yeah, just seeing the baseball. That's how you start to feel comfortable up there at the plate after you've been out for a while. You see the ball into the glove, you get a good understanding, and kind of get the release point. That's what he's been doing.
Another 3-2 offering from Rogers, and that one's inside. Ricky Weeks draws the walk. So he continues to put together some terrific at-bats. And now the Brewers are cooking here in the 4th. 2 on, nobody out, with Casey McGee coming up, and here comes Bob Apodaca.
Yeah, second walk issued by Rogers, and he gave Ricky a 3-2 changeup, of all things. One of the few changeups he's thrown tonight. Just didn't want to throw the slider, did he? Because he knows he can't throw it for strikes.
So the Rockies pitching coach trying to settle down Esmil Rogers. Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh, the Cardinals have scored twice in the top of the 9th inning. They're still batting. They got to Joel Hanrahan. It's now 6-4 St. Louis, top of the 9th, and they're having a pitching change. So Joel Hanrahan looks like after that great start, he's fallen on some hard times and might be feeling the effects of a lot of work in the first half.
Yeah, almost lost the lead last night. But the Pirates got the Cardinals last night. You don't expect a sweep. Brewers have to take care of their own house. Not have to worry about St. Louis if they win.
Brewers with a magic number of 9 with 14 to play, including tonight. Casey McGee in a big spot. 2 on, nobody out. And McGee squaring to bunt for a strike. Not something you see very often.
And maybe Ron Renneke trying to stay out of the double play. Casey has been scuffling a bit, although he hit a ringing double in left center his first time up tonight. Didn't look very comfortable in that bunt attempt.
And there's a slider for a strike.
Yeah.
So it's 0-2. McGee not bunting this time.
2 sliders, and it's 0-2. First one of those he's thrown for strikes.
Casey in a hole. Rockies are looking for a ground ball to turn 2. Fielder with a short lead at second, and that one's in the dirt. I'm becoming a believer in Willeen Rosario. Haven't seen much of him, but he looks like he can go get him behind the plate.
Well, you better be able to block the ball if you're going to be a major league catcher. I mean, that is a prerequisite. You like the way he keeps that glove down on the ground and protecting that 5-hole. So he got some dirt in his eye.
Gives us a chance to roll out our AT&T trivia question tonight. Who was the last starting pitcher to finish a season 10-0 or better at home? The last starting pitcher to finish a season 10-0.
Any pitcher or just a Brewer? Any pitcher?
All teams.
All teams. Okay.
Not just franchise history. Greinke is 10-0 at home.
Was he a Rocky, you think?
I can't even begin to make a guess. That's a tough question tonight.
I'm not allowed to give any guesses because they
could be random. You never know.
I have a guess, but I'm not going to say it.
1-2. And McGee pulls one foul.
See, I was told down in the truck to say it because I know what my guess is, which means it's wrong.
Marco Estrada still throwing in the bullpen. It's possible Greinke's spot in the batting order could come up here. So we'll see how that goes. Greinke's only thrown 4 innings. We'll do it again. 1-2 the count. 2 on. And McGee
McGee fouls it back. Rogers' pitch count starting to climb as well. He's at 66.
And much better shape for Rogers than Zach Greinke. He's around 100.
Now McGee doubled with Weeks at first base in the second. Ricky not running at 100%. He was thrown out at home plate by an eyelash. Tough break for McGee. Got another chance here. 2 on, nobody out. And Casey to short. Tulowitzki jump, throws to second. The turn is in time. What a double play that was. Tulowitzki to Ellis to Todd Helton.
And that's exactly what Ron Renicky was trying to avoid. Boy, the double play. A slider up in the zone. Casey hit it hard, but then hit in the right spot. Backhanded by Tulowitzki. Now McGee not running all that well, and they turn it easily. 147 double plays turned by the Rockies. That's third best in the National League. They get a lot of those.
And that'll send Betancourt to the plate with a runner at third and 2 away. Betancourt was up with a runner at third base and 2 outs in the second. He grounded out to third base. And those hits with runners in scoring position have been hard to come by on this homestand.
Yeah.
Into right, and Gonzalez is there, and Rogers gets out of it. 2 on, nobody out. The Brewers come up empty. We go to the 5th.
Another special guest is Vicki Holshoe from Goodwill. She's the Senior Vice President of Retail Services. And Vicki, you're here to tell us about Christmas in October? Explain that.
That's right. As our Goodwill stores are retail stores, typically with a retailer, Christmas is the busiest holiday and time of the year for them. But for Goodwill, Halloween is the most fun, and it is the busiest, craziest time of the year to be shopping at a Goodwill store. Our Halloween shops are now open, and we have hundreds of ready-to-wear costumes and accessories and ideas, and we have just millions of components of the different pieces to be able to pull together for the individual who's creative and has their own special, unique idea. Our customers have told us over and over and over again that they are able to pick up a whole costume for the fraction of the value that they spend on a single mask at a specialty Halloween store. So again, great values, great place. Don't have to spend a lot of money on a costume when you go to Goodwill. You can get it for a really good price, which is great for the economy and people's budgets and stretching that dollar today. And again, if you're looking for Halloween costume ideas, go to amazinggoodwill.com. Again, that's amazinggoodwill.com. There are lots of costume ideas there, along with telling you the different pieces and helping you put that costume together.
And when you shop there, you're also donating to a good cause. You can talk a little bit about that as well.
That's right. And don't forget, anytime and every time you shop and you donate at Goodwill, you're touching the lives of hundreds of individuals and helping them get jobs, training, and employment services. And again, a good thing to be able to help individuals at this time with the economy and everything. So it's a great support for folks when you help individuals help get employment and a job. So.
Well, Vicki, thanks for your time and good luck with everything.
Thank you very much.
All right, BA, back up to you.
All right, Telly, thanks. One away. Greinke picks up his 8th strikeout of the game. And a pitch count that is now up over 100. This is number 107, and Gonzalez in the air to left. Braun's got a long way to go, and he is there in fair territory. 2 gone in the 5th inning for Zack Greinke.
You figure this is going to be Zach's last inning. He's due up 2nd in the bottom of the 5th. Pitch count up there in the 107 range. 108.
Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki was up with 2 on in the 1st inning. Reached on a fielder's choice. It was a play at the plate for an out. And Tulowitzki struck out with 2 on in the 3rd. Snaps a slider in there for a strike. Greinke's given up 5 hits, has 8 strikeouts to go along with 2 walks. Brewers have committed a couple of errors behind him, which has led to or assisted in the high pitch count at this point. Ooh, had a good cut. Tulowitzki right on it, but fouls it back. 2-2. Little tapper, and that is going to roll foul.
Now that brings us to tonight's time of the game winner. Richards 3 up and 3 down pub in Sturgeon Bay. That's what Zack Greinke's looking for. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game in April and May of next year. This over courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
You think Greinke's already looking for the pub? I mean, he's still pitching.
The 3 up, 3 down pub. Well, they could call it the 3 batter pub.
The 3 batter inning pub. I like that. Two and 2 on Tulowitzki. And he pops it foul. Tulowitzki will take his walk around home plate.
It's kind of the 2000s version of Mike Hargrove.
Ready quickly this time. A 2-2 in the dirt.
There he goes. Fixing the gloves.
Got a little Nomar Garcia para in him.
Yeah. Remember Mike Hargrove called him the human rain delay.
Yeah. Human rain delay.
But he never left the batter's box. He always had 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Kind of held his ground in there.
And went through the whole routine.
There's a breaking ball, and down goes Tulowitzki as Tim McClellan calmly rings him up. Inning over, a 3-up, 3-down inning for Zach Greinke. 9 strikeouts for Greinke. Brewers down 1-0. The Pirates actually had 2 on in the 9th inning. The go-ahead run at the plate, but a double play ends it. And St. Louis wins 6-4. 2 runs in the 9th for the Cardinals, and they pull it out.
I'll tell you what, the Cardinals don't look like a team that thinks they're out of a race. They are jumping over the railing and playing with a lot of enthusiasm.
Well, the Cardinals not only have their sights set on the Brewers, but they are in firm traction with the Atlanta Braves right now. Atlanta has fallen on some hard times, and the Braves just a 4.5 game lead over the Cardinals to start play today, just 4 back in the loss column.
Well, the Atlanta Braves with a 7-1 lead over the Marlins in the 9th inning tonight.
So the Brewers are going to have to win tonight to stay 6.5 up on St. Louis. 1 gone with George Katara's pinch hitting.
So, once again, I mean, if you're a Milwaukee Brewer, you got you just have to, take care of what you have to do and win games, and it doesn't matter if the Cardinals win or not. The last thing you want to do is have to rely on teams to beat the Cardinals to win the division. You're not in a position to have to do that. Just win games.
A swing and a miss. Katara strikes out, and 2 men are out here in the 5th inning. So back to our AT&T trivia, and the question: who was the last starting pitcher to finish the season 10-0 or better at home? Cliff Lee is the answer. He did it with the Indians in 2008, and he was 10-0.
Yeah, that wasn't the guy I was thinking about. That's why they said to go ahead and guess.
They wanted you to embarrass yourself.
I thought it was going to be Jimenez, perhaps. The year he had last year, it was a complete guess. And the trivia questions ordinarily revolve around the teams that are playing in the game.
So a little curveball today, you're saying?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's all right.
That's why I didn't throw out a guess.
No, didn't want to embarrass yourself.
But I threw it out anyway, because that's what I do.
2-0 to Hart, and a little half swing. How about Willeen Rosario, the catcher? Sometimes he'll throw it back to the pitcher as fast as it comes in. got a cannon.
A lot of enthusiasm behind home plate. You like that. You know, young kid trying to stake his claim to the catcher spot for next year, and very enthusiastic back there. Good body language behind home plate.
Corey Hart draws a walk. Another good at bat by Hart.
There you go. You lay off that slider, and he's going to have to come in with a fastball.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Milwaukee Brewers. So Greinke with 5 in the books. He's done 9 strikeouts. Right now on the hook for the loss. The Brewers could turn that around for him here in the bottom of the 5th. Nigel Morgan at the plate. Hart takes off. A hit and run is on, and Morgan fouls it back. Morgan has a couple of ground outs tonight. He has pulled them both to the first baseman Helton. 1-0 Colorado, bottom of the 5th inning. 0-2 on Nigel Morgan. Niger declined our pregame interview request today. He said he is still firmly locked into Tony Hush mode.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Let his bat do his talking for him.
No problem.
I had no problem with that.
Rogers stepped off, which is why you're able to fake to first base. As long as you disengage from the.
Yep, got to step off first. Do anything you want.
0-2. And Morgan swings and misses. Rosario fires, and it hits Morgan. Corey Hart on his way to third base. That one was doomed from the start.
Well, he's out because he wasn't in the 45-foot line, the running path. I thought that was going to be called because Nigel was running on the inside part of the first baseline.
So that'll be a strikeout to end the inning. Tim McClellan saying that Morgan was inside the line, out of the runner's lane. Good call.
is closed at Miller Park. 1-0 Rockies. And a reminder that all-star second baseman Ricky Weeks, he's back for the Brewers, but how much will he help the team down the stretch and into the postseason? Read Tyler Lockman's story at foxsportswisconsin.com about the return of Ricky Weeks. A shout out to our new friends, the Underwoods. They had the big bid on the auction item, and we were able to entertain them for lunch today at Fridays. And they're going to be on the post-game instructional following the game of Brewers Live, as LaTroy Hawkins will step in for Greinke. So we had a nice lunch with the Underwoods today, and we appreciate the sizable donation to the Brewers Community Foundation.
Right. Got a trip on the field for batting practice and up here in the booth right now. But it was one short at lunch today.
Good point. Good point. I was there.
Very disappointing. I was there. Very disappointing. As a matter of fact, according to the Underwoods, the bidding, they didn't really start bidding in earnest until Telly Hughes said he was going to be involved.
Right.
No show.
And then he was
booked up. No show.
So apparently Telly had.
Hey, I had an excused absence.
Telly's here listening.
I had an excused absence.
I think somebody owes the Underwoods some money then, right? I mean,
Telly's been spending a lot of time with the Underwoods here tonight.
It was a good $500 that I think Telly got for the Brewers Community Foundation because of his participation or alleged participation.
Right.
It's a good cause, Telly. Don't worry about it.
Can double it.
Boy, I knew I wasn't going to get away with this one, huh?
Final numbers on Zach Greinke. And a walk to start the inning on Todd Helton. Telly made good. He made good. He wasn't at the lunch, not by his own doing.
Had to work.
But he made good. He spent a lot of time with the Underwoods. Seth Smith with a runner at first. Hawkins trying to get his command back a little bit. He's scuffled his last few times out.
Yeah, LaTroy took his first loss to the season on Saturday against the Phillies. Gave up a run on a couple of hits.
A former Colorado Rocky. He's in the final year of his contract. He signed a 2-year deal with the Brewers last year. Only pitched in 18 games a season ago. Went on the DL with a shoulder injury that eventually required surgery. That 97, 98 mile an hour fastball has not returned. You don't know if it will for Hawkins, but he's been able to get by with 93, 94. Bouncing ball, Fielder's got it. Throws to second. Hawkins is on the other side, and it's not in time.
Yeah, that's a tough double play. Prince Fielder able to get there quickly. He's able to clear the runner, but Betancourt wanted to make sure that LaTroy was going to be able to get to first base, and he hesitated with his throw to second. Just taking his time, making sure it won. Did you see that Red Sox score tonight?
I did not. What do we have?
And the Red Sox had lost 5 straight.
No. Tampa Bay are hot on their heels.
And 18-5 over the Blue Jays.
And they're still playing. That game's in the 9th inning.
I think somebody had a chat with the old Red Sox before the game.
Runner goes. Lucroy's thrown a second right on the bag in time for the out. Jonathan Lucroy with a gun to second base. A great throw to get out number 2.
Oh, he's having a terrific defensive game and swinging the bat well. Right on the money. It had to be because Seth Smith had a pretty good jump. That ball just a little bit higher. Smith is going to be safe. Look at this throw. And Smith tags himself out. Ricky just holds the baseball there.
Only the second time this year Smith has been caught. 10 for 12 now in stolen base attempts. That cleans the inning up a little bit for Hawkins. Eliminates the leadoff walk. Jordan Pacheco with 2 away. Now, speaking of the Red Sox,
yeah,
Jacoby Ellsbury hit his 27th home run tonight. Talk about a guy who's having a great year, an MVP type year. Dustin Pedroia with 2 homers in that game. You know, those are 2 guys you don't think of as home run threats. They certainly are, but when you see them, you don't think of them that way. Ellsbury has 27. Pedroia has 20 now.
Yeah, something else. And you got Adrian Gonzalez having a big year.
Red Sox have trouble with their starting rotation. It's a broken bat. Easy play for Prince. Side retired. So Hawkins with a 3-batter inning run. And we head to the bottom of the 6th. The Brewers are coming up. Presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. By Airtran, go, there's nothing stopping you. And by the Miller Lite Vortex bottle, taste greatness. The legendary Hank Aaron recently sat down on Fox Sports Wisconsin for a one-of-a-kind interview. We'll bring you parts of this interview in upcoming Brewers Live pre- and post-game shows. Tomorrow during Brewers Live pregame at 6:30, Hammer and Hank talks about playing in Eau Claire. And tune in at 10:30 for a half-hour special, In My Own Words, Hank Aaron. Aaron will go more in depth about how the game has changed, his childhood heroes, and his love of Wisconsin. The legendary Hank Aaron. Great interview by Craig Cashon. 1-0 Colorado, bottom of the 6th inning. Ryan Braun leads off, and the Brewers trying to get something going against Esmil Rogers, who comes in with an ERA over 6.
Yeah, he'd lost his last four decisions, 0-4 in his last 5 starts, and an ERA around 7. But that's certainly not the case tonight. And that's one of the reasons right there, swinging at that slider in the dirt. Brewers having a tough time identifying that pitch.
Troy Tulowitzki is out of the game as the Rockies send Thomas Field out to short. I mentioned Tulowitzki's been nursing a hip injury, and we'll try to get confirmation on why he left. Braun, Fielder, and Weeks coming up here in the 6th inning. A trio of all-stars due up against Esmil Rogers. Braun is 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out in the 1st inning and then grounded out with a couple of men on base in the 3rd. So far, the Brewers have stranded 5 on base through the first 5 innings. Takashi Saito will have the 7th. Greinke started. He went 5. Pitch count got him. Brewers had some trouble defensively in the 3rd inning. And Greinke on the hook for the loss right now. He struck out 9 in 5 innings. Gave up 2 walks. Two and 2 on Braun. And a bouncer back up the middle. This is Field just in the game, and a close play, but he gets him 1 away in the 6th inning. Well, it is time to go for it. If you're a baseball fan and a baseball player, fantasy camp January 29th through February 5th. It's the season's Brewers fantasy camp at Maryville Baseball Park in Phoenix. Everything you can imagine. You got authentic Brewers uniforms, batting practice jerseys, instruction and coaching from Brewers legends. You get the full clubhouse staff, athletic trainers, catered lunch. You get to play a doubleheader daily. This fielder takes a strike. Rock, you had your fantasy camp reunion yesterday here at Miller Park.
Yeah, we did, and guys had a good time. We played for about 2.5 hours on the field at Miller Park, and everybody got their fantasy camp video. It's a kind of a compilation of the week, everything that goes on. You get a video, and the night before or the day before, everybody got announced before the Brewers Phillies game on the field. So all part of fantasy camp and all the fun and frivolity that it involves.
I always felt the video, because in your mind as a fantasy camp player, having been in 2 fantasy camps, you have a different kind of image compared to the one you actually see. Fielder hits one hard. Center field, way back, looking up is Fowler, and it's gone. French Fielder ties it up. His first home run in a couple of weeks. September 2nd, he last homered. Fielder with 32 on the year, and the Brewers have evened things up at 1 apiece.
Oh, it'd be nice to get that guy hot again. Well, 2 for his last 2. And check out where this pitch is. It was a slider. It was a hanger. There it is. You see the dot, and Prince able to pull the hands in and knock it out of here to center field. Boy, look at the bat speed through the strike zone. Number 32 and a big one, and the Brewers are back to even. That's some kind of bat speed, isn't it?
All tied at 1 with Ricky Weeks at the plate, and Rogers deals him a strike. Out of here in a flash for Fielder. The only question was it high enough to get over the wall. And once you saw Fowler turn and look, that one had some heat on it as it hit that batter's eye in center field. So Greinke is off the hook. Each club with a run on 5 hits now.
It's amazing how far he can hit a baseball, even when he pulls his hands in. It really doesn't get that good extension.
Weeks into center field, but that is going to be caught. Must have got that one in on the label a little bit. And a good swing. But Ricky lines out, and 2 men are gone in this 6th inning. The 2 gone here is Casey McGee. Has a double and a double play ball tonight. 1 for 2. Casey stung one into the left center field alley his first time up. Broken bat to short. Thomas Field makes a play to end the inning. But Fielder ties it up. The Brewers have a little life here. On a line drive rocket off the bat of Prince Fielder. Home run number 32 of the year. RBI 109. We're tied at 1.
That's the first run of the game by Willen Rosario's RBI double to give the Rockies a 1-0 lead. The pitch count got to Zach Greinke tonight, but through 5 innings, he had 9 strikeouts and is not on the hook if the Brewers aren't able to come up with the win tonight. Top of the 6th, 1-0 ball game. Make that a 1-1 ball game with Prince Fielder belting out his 32nd home run of the season. 1-1 is the score here in the top of the 7th. Yeah.
All right, Telly, thanks. Roof is closed, all sealed up here in Milwaukee, catching some of the after effects of wildfires in Minnesota, northern Minnesota, and it has come right down the jet stream, and it is a hazy, ashy feel here in Milwaukee. It's interesting weather phenomenon here, I guess, as that ash shows the jet stream, but that's why they've closed the roof and the panel, try to keep as much of that out as possible. Jerry Hairston Jr. will take over for Ricky Weeks. So Weeks gets 3 plate appearances tonight and finishes 1 for 2. Takashi Saito is on the mound. Hawkins went the 6th, a scoreless 6th inning. The Brewers tied it on Fielder's homer, and now Saito for the 7th.
And Saito once scored upon in his last 6 appearances. That covers 4 2/3 innings. Last pitched on Friday against the Phillies. A third of an inning with a strikeout.
Yeah, good pitch, fastball on the outside corner. 0-2 on Willen Rosario. Rosario doubled and drove in a run in the 4th inning.
Well, you figure this is going to be up to the bullpens at this point because the Rockies have a pinch hitter on deck for Rogers.
On the ground to short, Betancourt for out number 1.
I'll tell you, the Rockies have to be encouraged the way Rogers threw the ball today. Only 1 run, and that was the Prince Fielder homer. He was able to get away with basically just fastballs. He got some swings and misses on some sliders off the plate, but still a pretty good outing. Jim Tracy has to be encouraged by that.
They've been waiting for this kind of start from Esmil Rogers, and now officially out of the game as Eliezer Alfonso will pinch hit. Rogers goes 6 innings and gives up 1 earned run. Buckles the knees of Alfonso for strike 1. Matt Belisle preparing for the Brewers' 7th inning. Bottom of the order coming up for Milwaukee. Betancourt, Lucroy, and then a pinch hitter. Saito with the Shuto ball.
Yeah, that slider's a good pitch for him. He can throw it for a strike, unlike Rogers for the Rockies, but he commands his fastball well, and that's a good slider. Good outing for Rogers, who is winless in his last 5 starts, 0-4. Matter of fact, Rogers has not won a game since August 9th. Unless the Rockies get on the board in this inning, he will remain winless since then.
He said after his last start that he realizes he's struggled and he wants to pitch for his job and a spot on the roster for next year. And that's where the Rockies are at this point. They've already been eliminated from contention. There's a ground ball through the hole, a base hit. Saito left one up in the zone, and Alfonso singles with one away.
Man, hit it hard. That ball was up in the zone on a 1-2 pitch. That's not where he wanted it. You want it down and away, and Alfonso, to his credit, was able to hang in there, keep that front shoulder closed, and hit it hard into left.
Top of the order, Dexter Fowler. The Brewers do not have a left-hander in their bullpen. Technically they do tonight. Narveson could be available, but at this point of the game, as you get into the late innings, Renicky has 1 inning pitchers. Hawkins, Saito, K-Rod, and then John Axford. Bouncing ball, Fielder's got it, fair ball, throw to second, got to tag him. He does, he is out, and a double play to win the inning. It goes 3-6. Fielder right to the bag, right to Betancourt, inning over.
Rockies, mainly because Prince Fielder hit a home run his last trip up. And I'll tell you what, we're going to hear from Hank Aaron after the game on Brewers Live. But in home run fashion, Mr. Fielder goes to work.
Well, he certainly did. It was kind of a sluggish ball game, you know, and the thing about it, Zach Greinke was throwing the ball pretty good, you know, but kind of labored, but got through. Needed somebody to step up. Prince did with the big home run, so maybe that will now shake the team up a little bit.
He's doing a nice job with his glove last half inning, 2 nice double play.
Well, he's doing it on both ends, and that's right. That was a nice double play by Prince, and that's one of the things he always tries to work hard on his defense.
All right, full post-game coverage. Brewers Live coming up after the ball game. 1-1, Brian.
Yeah, another tight one, another low-scoring game here at Miller Park. Matt Belisle is the new Rockies pitcher. Esmil Rogers goes 6. And neither starter will factor in the decision. It belongs to the bullpens the rest of the way. Yuni Betancourt will lead off this 7th inning. Bottom of the order coming up. As Betancourt flares one foul. We'll see who Renicky uses as his pinch hitter in this 7th inning. Guess it all depends on where the base runners are. Francisco Rodriguez preparing for the 8th. This game feels a lot like the last 2 nights here at Miller Park.
They're going to come down to that one big hit. Who's going to get it? Neither team very good with runners in scoring position tonight. Yeah, Matt Belisle out of that Rockies bullpen has 10 wins. That's the most of any pitcher out of the bullpen in Major League Baseball.
A bouncer out to field in the game for Tulowitzki last inning. And he's made 3 plays already. It has a way of finding you when you enter a game.
Yeah, test him out. He's able to make the plays. Pretty routine, all 3 of them.
Still no report from the Rockies clubhouse on Troy Tulowitzki. But when we get it, we'll pass it along. Tulowitzki left this game prior to the bottom of the 6th inning. Tulowitzki struck out in his final at bat in the 5th inning. Here's Jonathan Lucroy with 1 away. Has a hit and a line out tonight. Both of them to the right side. His first one went over the head of Ellis at second. His second one went right at Ellis for an out.
Yeah, Rockies have enough relievers down in their bullpen to be able to play until Friday. They've got a number. I don't think there's enough room for all of them down there. They have 4 lefties down there. 7 right-handers. That's 11 relief pitchers. They're stacking them up out there.
Houston Street no longer the closer for the Rockies at this point. Betancourt has been closing. Lucroy has made quite an impact on this game with his glove. He chops one foul. It's a great defensive game despite his single in the 3rd. I think every year you're going to start to see what we've seen this year, and even from spring training to now, steady improvement on both sides for Jonathan Lucroy.
Yeah, the more he relaxes, the more he's going to be able to let his natural abilities take over, and I think you see a big difference in him from this year to last. Just his game calling, his his abilities around home plate, blocking the baseball much better this year. Hey, remember when he came off the disabled list, all of his throws were high. They were running on him, and his throws were head high to the infielders covering the bag. That's not the case anymore. I think everything feels comfortable to Luke.
Taylor Green looks like he's ready to hit next. Got the pitcher spot coming up. 3-2 to Lucroy, and that one is outside for a ball. Lucroy draws the walk. So he's had a good night at the plate. He's had a better night defensively, Rock.
He's had a couple of plays at the plate. Here's one. He's blocking off home plate, cutting down a run. Mark Ellis not able to score. And here's the play of the night between he and Greinke. And once again, Mark Ellis caught at home plate. So it's been Mark Ellis both times, and blocking the baseball, making plays at the plate. And a terrific throw to nail Seth Smith at second base.
Lucroy with a 1-out walk, and the go-ahead run is aboard. Bob Apodaca back to the mound as Tracy goes through his card, setting up the scenario with Taylor Green coming up. Taylor Green, as a pinch hitter this year, is 4 for 5. Half of his hits have come in a pinch hit role. He is now 8 for 23 overall.
You just can't pitch him one way either from what we've seen from Green. He hits the ball to left all the way around to the right field line, and some of his outs have even been hit very hard. And take advantage of it before big league pitching kind of gets a book on you. Because things change quickly. You have to make adjustments. These guys do make adjustments on you.
Green appearing in his 11th game as a Brewer. In his first trip to the big leagues. He's made 5 starts for Milwaukee. He's been over third base and second base, which is what he did in AAA Nashville this year. His AAA manager Don Money is with the ball club in uniform now that the minor league season has ended. The Canadian. 0-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. Ball gets away.
Well, Green's out. Yeah, first base occupied.
And will allow Lucroy to second, though. So a wild pitch sends Lucroy to second base into scoring position with 2 outs and the top of the order coming up. Hart at the plate, presented by Wendy's. A couple of walks against Rogers in his final 2 plate appearances. And now another opportunity with a runner in scoring position for the Brewers. They're still looking for their first hit in that spot.
And the Brewers only 5 for 32 in these situations against Philadelphia in that 4-game series.
Just about everything Belisle throws breaks away from a right-handed hitter that's got that cut fastball.
A good curveball. He's had a good season.
That one's in there for a strike. It's quickly 0-2. What's the story tonight? That one Rockies hit from Willeen Rosario drove in the only Colorado run.
Yeah, that should have been an out.
The Brewers run came on a fielder homer with the bases empty. A solo shot with 1 out in the 6th. And 2 on Hart. And a swing and a miss. Hart strikes out. Rosario secures it at first. And again, the Brewers stranding a base runner in scoring position. To the 8th we go, all tied at 1.
Brewers game here in Milwaukee, but outside of the park it is going to be a very cool day, breezy as well. By first pitch, temperatures only in the upper 50s.
Starting to feel like fall.
A little early, isn't it?
Miller Lite, what's on tap? The Brewers and the Rockies tomorrow wrap up this quick 2-game series, and then Milwaukee hitting the road, the last road trip of the year.
Cincinnati, and then Chicago. The Reds and the Cubs on the next road trip. Just a programming reminder, Saturday night's game on WMLW. K-Rod is on to pitch the 8th in a 1-1 game. See the numbers on Francisco Rodriguez. He made his Brewers debut against Colorado just after the All-Star break, the trade from the Mets to the Brew Crew.
Yeah, showed a very good breaking ball and a changeup his last time out against the Phillies. Yeah, pitched a scoreless 8th inning on Sunday. Hasn't allowed a run in his last 9 appearances.
A swing and a miss. Mark Ellis leads off, Carlos Gonzalez to follow. And then Thomas Field, not Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki left with a left hip injury. Something he's been dealing with the last couple of weeks.
You got to wonder how long the Rockies are going to have Tulowitzki go out there with that sore hip. You know, Tulowitzki wants to play, but you know what's in the best interest long term, right?
It's a big bat out of the lineup for Jim Tracy. 2 balls and a strike on Ellis. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Frankie Rodriguez's first win as a Brewer was in his first outing against Colorado. It was a similar game in that it was tied. It was a high scoring tie game. Brewers would win that ball game. K-Rod with a victory his first time out. And then the next night, he got a hold. He pitched a scoreless 8th. That's the scoreboard right now for Francisco Rodriguez, the hold. No longer in that closer's role, but he has 14 holds, meaning he held the game where it was. 2-2. Swing and a miss, got him, and Lucroy hangs on to the foul tip. Ellis strikes out, and wait a minute, they're saying the ball hit the ground, and that'll be a foul ball.
Well, the baseball can hit the ground before you catch it. Yeah, that's a good call. Did he tip it, or did the sound that Tim McClellan heard was it the ground? I'm not sure, but Ellis is still alive in the batter's box.
Ground ball toward third, backhanded McGee, long throw, and it is not in time. Bounces in and out of the glove of Prince. Good try by Casey McGee. But that'll be an infield hit for Mark Ellis, his second infield hit of the game.
There you go, from a strikeout to a base hit. And Ellis able to wait back and just, you know, he's out in front, but able to keep it fair, and that's a tough play for McGee. Not quite able to get it over there to Prince. Not sure he would have been out anyway.
Ellis has good speed. He's a good base stealer. And you figure he is going to be on the move here with Rodriguez on the mound. So one area you can exploit with Francisco Rodriguez. Carlos Gonzalez, 1 out of 3 with a stolen base in this game. A dangerous bat in a spot like this.
He might have, you know, be relatively slow to home plate, but there are other ways you can keep base runners honest at first base. You throw over, hold the baseball, maybe, you know, vary your delivery, the time that you spend in the stretch. Just let that runner know you're aware of him.
Gonzalez rips one to center field. Morgan is there. Can't hit it much harder than that. Carlos Gonzalez stings one right to Niger Morgan for the out.
It didn't even have to move. That ball was a frozen rope out there to center. Can't hit it much better than that.
Text question tonight, courtesy of Ho Chunk Gaming. Dennis is asking how much of the pitcher's success should be credited to the catchers calling the game. This is right up your alley.
Absolutely, a lot. I mean, it's not just maybe the fingers that, you know, Lucroy and George, you know, hang for the pitching staff, but the pace that with which they drop the signs. I mean, the last thing a pitcher wants to go out there and do is start shaking off signs all the time, stepping off, having meetings, and that tempo. That's a very important thing for a pitcher. The pace of the game, keeping things going, and the catcher has a lot to do with that. Nothing can happen until the catcher flashes the signs. So if he's not sure, everything is thrown out of whack. That's all about preparation before the game.
Here's a battery for the Brewers, Kataris and Randy Wolf. Thomas Field at the plate for Colorado. Came in defensively for Tulowitzki. That was in the 6th inning. Field's first at bat. He has just 3 big league at bats at this point. And Frankie Rodriguez hoping for a ground ball double play to get him out of the inning. Runner goes, bouncing ball to short. Betancourt backhands and gets Field for the out. Tracy sent Ellis, and that kept him out of a double play. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position, but 2 men are out.
And once again, you have Todd Helton in a situation where he can hurt you. The second, or I should say, the 3rd time tonight. They walked him the last time he was up with a man at second base.
Seth Smith on deck.
Well, who do you want to go after, right? Seth Smith or Todd Helton?
Helton has 2 walks. Smith has a double and a run scored. And here comes Ron Renicky. Just a quick thought for Frankie Rodriguez.
Well, who do you feel more comfortable going after, Todd Helton or the guy on deck? That's always a question that perhaps they talk about out there. And Renicky never has been, or probably will be, a believer in the intentional walk, especially when you have a pretty good left-handed hitter behind Helton in the lineup.
Now both teams have had their big run producers at the plate with men on in this game. And both have come up empty. The only RBI for the Rockies from their rookie catcher, Willeen Rosario, on a double in the 4th. Scored Seth Smith, who started the inning with a double. Cardinals have won tonight. They beat the Pirates at a 9th inning rally to win in Pittsburgh. Brewers trying to put a W on the board to stay 6.5 up. There's a strike from K-Rod. Half swing. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Ted Barrett.
That's a good pitch on a 2-1 count. You knew that Todd Helton was just laying back waiting for a fastball and ready to just throw their hands at it. And a big lollipop curveball, and Todd Helton couldn't hold up. That's a nice pitch. An example that if you walk him, so be it.
Big spot. Go ahead, run at second. And Lucroy wants to make sure with Francisco Rodriguez. What a matchup here. 2 guys who have plenty of hardware on the shelves, all stars.
2 strikes, and Todd Helton likes to use left center. If you throw the fastball, you elevate it a bit, see if he chases it. If not, you go after him with the changeup, probably.
Then he wondered if Helton's days of hitting 300 were over. 2 of the last 3 years hitting under 300, but he's kept it over 300 this year. Tough hitter. 2-2 the count. Mark Ellis out at second base. And a fastball missed. K-Rod dialed that one up. That's about the top end of his fastball these days. Full count to Helton. Brewers will have Morgan, Braun, and Fielder coming up in the bottom of the 8th. K-Rod trying to get him there tied. And a liner caught by Betancourt up the ladder. A soft liner from Helton. Side retired. And we are still tied at 1. The Brewers coming up bottom of the 8th. It's going to be a final at-bat win for someone tonight. Out of the 8, let's get you caught up. The Rockies' only run came on a Willeen Rosario double. That was in the 4th inning. Zach Greinke went 5 tonight. Pitch count got him into trouble, and he was out after 5, but he struck out 9. Gave up just 1 earned run. No decision tonight for Greinke. The Brewers tied it on a Prince Fielder 1-out home run in the 6th. His 32nd of the year. Fielder, his first homer since September 2nd, and Prince with a 2-hit game, a double and a home run. And we go to the bottom of the 8th. Morgan, Braun, Fielder coming up, all knotted up at 1 apiece. Good crowd tonight on a Tuesday night, 37,120. And the new pitcher is Rex Brothers, left-hander out of Jim Tracy's bullpen. You got the 2 of the next 3 hitters left-handed, Morgan and Prince.
Yeah, those are good numbers for the Colorado lefty. Outstanding work, particularly good as of late.
Matt Belisle, a scoreless 7th inning, gave up a walk. Brewers stranded a runner at second base as Morgan squares to bunt, takes a ball.
Yeah, left-hander, not very tall, but he gets it up there pretty good, 96, 97, with a good slider.
That one's in there for a strike. Put together a great run in late June and early July. Went about a month without giving up a run. And not just a guy that matches up against lefties for Jim Tracy, but the fear for an opposing manager with this stretch of the lineup. You have Morgan and Fielder, the lefties, but Braun right in between them. And a tough matchup for a left-handed pitcher. 2-2 on Nigel Morgan.
Well, and a left-handed pitcher with some pretty good velocity. If you have velocity like that, you have a chance to get lefties out, or I should say right-handers out.
Missed inside. Morgan working at full. 3-2. You'll see Axford in the 9th. And he's hoping it's in a save situation. The Brewers need a point on the board.
And for Morgan, any way on, any way at all. And get that leadoff base runner.
Houston Street no longer in the closer's role with the Rockies. Rafael Betancourt is in that spot for Jim Tracy these days. 3-2 pitch. And it is outside. Ball 4. Nigel Morgan draws a big walk to start this 8th inning, and now the Brewers can go to work.
And that 3-2 pitch didn't miss by much. It looked like it was a pretty good pitch, but just a little off the corner. And Niger, that's a big base runner out there at first base. And a base runner with speed.
Well, it was Braun who had the big hit, the game-winning hit on Sunday. And he is back up there with a chance to do some damage. Braun is 0 for 3 tonight. His batting average down to .329. Hitting .345 against left-handed pitching. And he shoots one to right. They were playing deep. Gonzalez coming in, and he's got it for the out. On one pitch, Brothers retires Ryan Braun, and a big out for the Colorado reliever.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, you got a lefty like Brothers that throws 96 miles an hour. You get it on those hands, and that's what he did to Braun.
So Fielder with Niger at first base.
This may be a running opportunity for Nigel Morgan. You know, lefty versus lefty. I don't think Ron Renneke would mind if Nigel was able to get a jump to try and get into scoring position. Prince loses some of his power against left-handed pitching.
And remember, it's Jerry Hairston on deck, who came in for Weeks, who originally occupied the 5-hole in the batting order behind Prince. Hairston preparing for his first plate appearance. Fielder has had a game winner against Colorado already this year. Had one back in May right here at Miller Park. Boy, that's a good breaking ball in there. 0-2 the count. Brent's back on, or rather in the 6th inning. Connecting off Esmail Rogers. Tied the ball game at 1 apiece. Number 32 for Fielder. Big moment in this game to square it up. Brothers has a little Billy Wagner look about him with that big fastball from a small stature.
Yeah, pretty much straight over the top, and he just threw that last one at 97. That's Billy Wagner type velocity out there.
Go ahead, run it first. Fielder down in the count, 0-2. And a half swing he goes, a strikeout. So Brothers gets Braun and Fielder with a runner on. 2 gone in the inning now.
Yep, game with the slider. After the big fastball at 97, threw the slider right where you want it with 2 strikes, and Prince couldn't hold up.
And so it'll be Jerry Hairston. And now perhaps
a spot where Reineke will put some action on here with Morgan and Hairston. Hairston, a good contact hitter. Niger has 12 steals this season. This rookie catcher Rosario for the Rockies has a great arm, though.
A good arm, and you have a lefty out there. The matchup really not in the favor of Milwaukee to steal a base, but we'll see.
Eighth inning in a 1-1 game. The Brewers all knotted up with Colorado. On Sunday, the Brewers took the lead with 2 in the 7th, hung on to win 3-2 on the Phillies. Morgan takes off, and the throw to second is right on the money. Wow, what a cannon. Willeen Rosario cuts down Nyjer Morgan, and the side is retired. The Brewers will head to the 9th, still tied with Colorado. Similar game to what we've seen this entire homestand. The Brewers having a tough time scoring runs, but the pitching has been outstanding. Zach Greinke with a high pitch count managed to get through 5. The bullpen spectacular so far. Hawkins, Saito, K-Rod, and now John Axford is on in a tie game in the 9th inning.
Yeah, speaking of spectacular, right? John Axford, 42nd save of the year on Sunday against the Phillies. Second in the NL in saves. A .77 ERA in his last 24 games.
And on the first pitch, Seth Smith sends one high in the air to Morgan in center, and there is out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out. Not a save situation tonight. John Axford has 39 consecutive saves. And during that stretch, this goes back to mid-April. A 1.49 earned run average in 60 innings, has over 70 strikeouts. Axford is pursuing a franchise record for saves. Francisco Cordero, 44 saves in a season. Axford right now is at 42. Certainly has a shot at that. Chance to etch his name into Brewers franchise record.
And it just continues to pour in the strikes with 3 different pitches.
Jordan Pacheco at the plate.
Bouncing ball. Fielder takes a tough hop. And there is the second out.
And Prince made that one interesting, didn't he? Instead of charging it, he kind of backed up a little bit, took the short hop, but still was able to get the out.
Well, and here comes a key at bat for Axford. He's thrown 3 pitches right now. He has 2 outs. If he retires Rosario, a good chance if the Brewers don't score in the 9th, he could come back out. Axford pours in a fastball, a strike. Our first look at Willeen Rosario. He looks like a good one. Boy, what a great throw to get Nyjer Morgan.
Yeah, right on the money and very quick release to second base. Well, it wasn't a bad jump by Nyjer either.
0-2 the count on Rosario. Rosario doubled in a run in the 4th. He is 1 for 3. The Brewers will have Hairston, McGee, and Betancourt coming up in the bottom of the 9th. All tied at 1. 1-2 on the Rockies catcher. And a breaking ball missed. 2-2 the count.
A perfect spot for that slider. And a good take by the Rockies catcher.
Rafael Betancourt, the closer. On the far side, Houston Street. If it stays tied, it'll be Street. If the Rockies take the lead, Betancourt. 2-2. Got him. Axford strikes out Rosario. 8 pitches in the inning. 6 of them for strikes. See if the Brewers can win it in the bottom of the 9th. Endings are imposed and inflicted. Back up the middle. Betancourt. Oh my God! My goodness! Did that just happen? Finishes are earned and celebrated. Morgan in the right, way back. Here comes Gutierrez, and that is your ball game. It's the last word, the closing act, the final step, the whole point. We don't remember the start. We never forget the finish. Katse, base hit center field. Fielder will score, and this one is over. Another walk-off win for the Brew Crew. And the stage is set for another finish here tonight. Can the Brewers cash in a final at-bat win? It's all tied at 1. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning.
The new pitcher, Rock, is Houston Street, and he'll be making his 60th appearance of the season here tonight.
Yeah, 29 out of 32 in save opportunities, 365 earned run average. He has given up 10 home runs. That's a lot for a closer, which is probably one of the reasons why he is no longer the closer for Colorado, as Chris Nelson takes over at third base.
Jordan Pacheco will move from third to first, and Helton is out. So here's Jerry Hairston Jr. to start it. No Tulowitzki, no Helton the rest of the way for the Rockies. Tulowitzki left with a left hip injury. Hairston was at the plate when Nigel Morgan was caught stealing last inning. McGee will follow. And then Uni Betancourt, who homered against Houston Street in that dramatic extra inning victory for Milwaukee back in May. Although Street is no longer in that closer's role, he has not given up a run in over a month. Had a great start to the year. 10 saves in the month of April. The 1-2. Hairston able to lay off. Well, it is going to have to be the supporting cast if the Brewers are going to win it in this inning. Ronan Fielder retired with a man on in the 8th. Hairston's first plate appearance, filling in for Ricky Weeks. Flare out to deep short, and Field makes a catch for out number 1.
And talking about the supporting cast, you know, that stretch of games with the Brewers, you know, barely lost games. That's what was going on. If it wasn't Braun and Field, it was somebody at the bottom of the order getting things going and getting the job done on their own. Everything was clicking through that good stretch. Right now it's been a bit of a challenge for the Brew Crew to put together hits and runs. You go through stretches like that, but you hope it doesn't last too long as you try and nail down this division. Not a good time to be slumping.
Crowd of over 37,000 tonight. Casey McGee with one away. Had a double earlier tonight. And Street misses down low. Street's given up a high batting average to opponents this year. Swing and a miss. Gives up his fair share of hits. Hasn't had much success against Milwaukee. Right-handed batters hitting .271 against Houston Street this season. And McGee down in a hole, 1-2 the count. Brewers won a 3-2 game on Sunday, lost a 3-2 game in 10 innings on Saturday. Have not scored more than 3 runs since the 5th of September. McGee sharply right to second. Ellis is there for the second out.
Yeah, good approach, and that's the only way he was going to be able to get a hit is go to the opposite field. They weren't going to mess around inside.
Get into your memory bank. Uni B on the 20th of May. This was a game-tying home run off Houston Street in the 13th inning, a game the Brewers would win on a Prince Fielder 2-run homer in the 14th inning.
Dramatic victory, one of the best wins of the year for the Brewers. Betancourt is up with 2 away, and Street starts him with a breaking ball. It's been tied at 1 since the 6th.
It's basically fastball slider for Street. The fastball at about 91, 92. That last slider at 94. They hope he misses with the slider and you attack that fastball. Not much velocity on it these days.
4 for 12 lifetime against Street. That one's into center field. Back is Dexter Fowler. He's got it for the out. 1-2-3 inning for Houston Street. We are going to extra innings at Miller Park. All tied at 1. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Well, we're headed to the 10th, all tied at 1, the Brewers and the Colorado Rockies. And John Axford, coming off of a quick 9th inning, an 8-pitch, 6-strike inning, is going to be allowed to stay in there to work the 10th. Axford has not gone an inning plus much in his big league career. He did it a lot in the minor leagues. That was pretty much what he did. He was a 2-inning pitcher pretty much every other night in AAA.
That's 2 years ago. Well, because it was a low pitch inning in the 9th, you run him back out there. He hasn't had much work lately.
First time all year Axford has gone an inning plus, facing Jason Giambi. Pinch hitter off the bench in the pitcher spot. Now, the way the Brewers bullpen has been this season, Axford really hasn't been needed in the 8th inning. But Ron Renicky said he wouldn't hesitate to use him for an inning plus. He said that early in the season. He just hasn't been in that spot as Axford rings up Giambi.
And 97 miles an hour in on the hands of Giambi, and he just watches it go by. That's a heck of a pitch. Exactly where you have to pitch the big guy. Right there. Yeah, Giambi looking for something out over the plate. Remember, Giambi had a pretty good series against the Brewers here at Miller Park. And that one, plenty of white.
4 in a row retired by Axford. A couple of strikeouts now. Back to the top of the order, Dexter Fowler. And a swing and a miss. It's one of the luxuries a manager has at home. You're able to bring your closer on in a tie game. Be interesting to see who Tracy uses
in the bottom of this inning if it remains tied. Street had a pretty quick ninth. Has Betancourt available as well as closer. You don't normally see the closer in a tie game on the road. Fowler is 0 for 4 tonight. All of his at-bats coming from the left side. Curveball missed. 2-2 on Fowler. Looking ahead to the Brewer 10th inning, it'll be Lucroy, the pitcher spot, and then Corey Hart back to the top of the order. There's a base hit. Got a curveball, and he rips it back up the middle. And the Rockies with their fastest player aboard representing the go-ahead run.
Yeah, that's the last guy you want to have out there on the bases because he is not going to be there long. He likes to steal. Yeah, Fowler with 10 stolen bases. The problem is he's been thrown out 9 times. A terrible percentage, but that's a curveball that was laid up in the strike zone, and he just slaps it into center field.
Don't see many good swings like that on Axford's curveball. You wonder if he had a notion it was coming. So Mark Ellis now with a runner at first. Fowler not running, and Axford deals him a strike.
Yeah, 10 stolen bases in 19 attempts is not a very good ratio. He might be fast, but not very good at stealing bases.
Because of his speed, the defense in the outfield is back trying to protect from an extra base hit. Swing and a miss. Boy, that was right by him. Ellis almost took that one right out of Lucroy's glove.
Yeah, talking about an excuse me swing. Didn't want to and probably shouldn't have.
0-2 on Ellis. Got Carlos Gonzalez coming up next. Fowler staying put at first base. And Axford just misses. Another fastball, 97 this time. It's a big difference in being fast and being a good base stealer.
Right. And the good ones are have good instincts and are fast.
Swing and a miss. Ellis down on strikes.
Yeah, gave him the slider and Axford's third strikeout. Well, you just never know what you're going to get from John Axford. Fastball, curveball, slider right there off the corner. And Ellis with a very defensive swing for the strikeout.
He made a good hitter look bad, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Reaching for it. Thought it was a fastball. I mean, you got to try and start that bat a little bit early with Axford out there because of that big heater. And when he throws that slider or curveball for strikes, you're in trouble.
Boy, here's a great matchup. Carlos Gonzalez against John Axford. Big power at the plate in Gonzalez. And a high fastball. Gonzalez had a single in the first inning. Reached on an error and stole a base in the third. He is 1 out of 4 tonight. He hit one as hard as you can possibly hit a ball in the 8th inning. A line drive missile right at Nigel Morgan for an out. That's a strike. 1-1 the count.
And with field on deck, I mean, you're almost inclined to be pretty careful with Gonzalez in this situation. You hate to have him beat you here. You got the youngster, only has 4 at bats in the big leagues. Make him be the one.
Instead of Tulowitzki, Field in that cleanup spot in the Rockies order.
That's just not the way John Axford operates. He goes after you with his best stuff, regardless of who you are.
That's the way all closers are, right? At least the good ones.
Yeah, they can't hit me. That's the mentality that you have to have. No doubt in your mind.
Axford with a runner at first. The go-ahead run. Tie ball game, 2 outs. And a 1-2 count on Carlos Gonzalez. And he missed with a high fastball. Sometimes with Axford, one pitch leads to the next, and he uses that high fastball as well as anyone, combined with that great curveball. Slow roller. Axford will give way to Prince, to the bag, just in time to get Gonzalez. It wasn't pretty, but the job gets done. That's been the way the game has gone tonight. So Axford with 2 strong innings, 3 strikeouts, and the Brewers will get another chance to win it. Close. Grinder, 1-1. We are tied. Bottom of the 10th we go. And the Brewers will have another shot to win this one. It's going to be Matt Lindstrom. There was a very close play at first base. Looked like Gonzalez might have even slipped a spike in there. And a great look from our Exmo camera. Wow, that's as close as it gets.
Yeah, that could have gone either way.
Brewers got the call. Still tied. Here is Lucroy, and there's a strike.
That's a guy that has registered 100 miles an hour on his fastball. And last year had big save totals with the Houston Astros.
And Lindstrom, as the closer of the Astros, gave up a couple of leads against the Brewers. They got him twice here at Miller Park.
Yeah, but he had 23 saves last year with Houston. Big arm.
Lucroy in the air, shallow right. And Gonzalez is there for out number 1. The Brewers have not had a hit since Fielder's home run in the 6th. And only 5 tonight, as Mark Kotze will come off the bench. Kotze is a pinch hitter this year, 10 for 37. That is a .270 batting average off the bench. It's the 3rd pinch hitter used by Renicky. 4 bench players so far.
Plenty left. You know, 2 left-handers, Cancel and Schaefer, Wilson, Maldonado, and Gomez.
2 quick outs. Kotze retired quickly. Now the Brewers got to Lindstrom back on July 16th. That was in Colorado. It was a blown save for Lindstrom. Well, he has dropped the first 2, and now we go to the top of the order. Corey Hart.
Well, Lindstrom, one of those guys that, you know, he does throw hard, but struggles to throw his slider for strikes. It's all a matter for the Brewers to lay off of it. And then when you have to make him come in with a fastball, the Brewers are a very good fastball hitting club.
Hart does have a home run on the homestand. Homered off Cole Hamels back on the 8th. Long ball here wins it. 2 outs. And Hart takes ball 2.
Now, this is the situation that the Brewers were in on Sunday, where they were able to muster a couple of runs. 2 outs, nobody on, top of the order coming up. 3 consecutive hits.
And Hart started it off with a double. Hart, Morgan, and Braun producing the runs. 3-0 the count. And it's ball 4. Just what you're talking about, Rock. Lindstrom on 4 straight with 2 outs walks Corey Hart. And now Nyjer Morgan will bat. And you wonder if Roenicke is going to put Hart in motion. He did that earlier in this game with Morgan at the plate. Nyjer fouled it away.
And with that big arm behind home plate for the Rockies, you wonder if you should or not. You're almost better off waiting for a couple of hits. Because that young man can throw the baseball. That catcher, Rosario.
Got the tees up. Winning run at first. Braun is on deck. All 4 of Morgan's home runs this year have been on the road. He hasn't hit one at Miller Park yet. Slow roll at a second. And this will be Mark Ellis hitting over. So Lindstrom a scoreless 10th. We go to the 11th inning. All tied at 1. Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
To the 11th inning we go. Tied at 1. Rockies scored in the 4th. Brewers scored in the 6th on a Fielder homer. And we've been stuck there since. Cameron Lowe is on the mound after John Axford. 2 terrific innings, striking out 3.
Cameron Lowe in his last 17 appearances has dropped his ERA from 4.6 to 3.48, where you see it right now. Last pitched on Friday against Philadelphia, tossed a perfect 9th inning.
And instead of facing Tulowitzki, Helton, and Smith, Thomas Field will lead off. Chris Nelson to follow, and then Seth Smith. Field's second plate appearance came in for Tulowitzki in the 6th inning. Tulowitzki left with a left hip injury. As Field tries to bunt his way on. Ball and a strike. Brewers will have Braun, Fielder, and Hairston coming up in the bottom of the 11th. Well, another sluggish night for the offense.
Yeah.
Starting to be a concern for the Brewers right now.
Well, the concern also is that Ron Renneke has 3 pitchers left in his bullpen. That's considering, Chris Narveson not available, but if he is, that means 4 pitchers: De La Cruz, Dillard, Mike Fiers, and perhaps Chris Narveson. The Rockies, as we mentioned, they could be out here until Friday night. They've got 7 guys left.
Yeah, and that's really the story of September baseball. When you have one team like the Rockies who are not in a pennant race, they have a ton of players, a bunch of young guys up from their minor league system.
Play the game completely different.
Totally different. Brewers are right in the middle of a pennant race with the air in the balloon, as they say, and there's a lot more pressure certainly on Milwaukee than the Colorado Rockies. But you're seeing some names you're not familiar with, and it calls for some quick scouting reports. Thomas Field has just 4 big league at bats. And a swing and a miss. Lowe strikes him out. So a good start to the 11th inning for Cam Lowe.
Yeah, good sinker by Cameron on a 2-strike pitch. He had to count at 2-2 and just threw that sinker, let the natural movement take over, and got the strikeout.
Here is Chris Nelson, hitting in the spot originally occupied by Todd Helton. Helton ended up 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. A night for the bullpens. Esmail Rogers and Zach Greinke, the 2 starters. Out long ago, Esmail Rogers went 6, gave up a run. Greinke went 5 and gave up a run. And the bullpens have done stellar work here tonight.
Yes, they have.
The Rockies bullpen has not allowed a hit yet. And 3 walks allowed, but no hits. Brewers sent Hawkins, Saito, K-Rod, and Axford. A little soft liner. Betancourt is over, and it's Hairston on a backhand. No chance to get the speedy Nelson. And that'll be an infield hit for Colorado. And the go-ahead run is now at first for Seth Smith.
Then Nelson can run a little bit. There is some speed on this Rockies club. I mean, for the Rockies, they steal a lot of bases. Never has been a team or an organization that has relied heavily on the stolen base, but a little bit different this year. Hey, you wonder if Nelson is going to be on the move.
Seth Smith, dangerous hitter here. He's got 15 homers, has a double and a run scored tonight. He's 1 out of 4. And Lowe deals him a ball away. Big cut from Smith. Wondering how active Nelson will be on the bases. He was nursing a heel injury on his left foot.
It really hasn't really looked as though he wants to run. Got a decent lead over there, though.
Two and one on Smith. Lowe with that great sinker always gives you an opportunity at a double play. It's a bit of an odd setup here defensively for the Brewers, so anything pulled to the right side is going to make for a tough double play chance, as Betancourt is going to have to get to the bag. Nelson stays put. Smith takes a ball, and it's 3-1.
Well, if he's going to run, this probably will be the pitch that he perhaps may do it. Got the big lead. Let's see.
Stays put, and there's ball 4. So here come the Rockies, 2 on. They put the go-ahead run in scoring position now. And a hobbled runner at second base. And it's going to be Jordan Pacheco. Pacheco spending most of the year in AAA until his promotion. A .278 hitter down there, Colorado Springs. Cameron Lowe needs a ground ball double play in a bad way. All tied at 1. The Rockies with 2 on, 1 out. Big cut and a miss.
Yeah, that's that sinking fastball. You know, Lowe really doesn't have to be too fine on the corners. When he stands tall, gets on top, and just allows that ball to sink, he can get the plate as long as it's down.
Pacheco had a big game just the other day over the weekend against the Reds. Got his first major league home run. Colorado took 2 out of 3 from Cincinnati prior to their series here with the Brewers. Like the Brewers, they had yesterday off as well. Two on, 1 out. Pacheco fouls it back.
Yeah, that last pitch started pretty much down the middle, ended up in on his hands. Get that ball down, get your double play, and get out of this mess.
Pacheco 1 out of 4. He singled way back in the second off Greinke. And the 1-2. Down and out. He doesn't fish. 2-2 the count.
Breaking pitch has been a good pitch for Cameron Lowe in this good stretch of appearances for him. Curveball, the slider. This is a definite sinker count right here. 2-2. You don't want to go 3-2.
To 3-2 it goes. Well, now decision time for Jim Tracy. Does he put the runners in motion? Where does Lucroy throw if he gets a strikeout, if Lowe gets a strikeout?
Usually the guy at first base doesn't get near as good a jump as the lead runner. I'm not convinced that Nelson's going to run.
Runners go, and a bouncer foul.
Not running all that well. I think just running to try and stay out of the double play. Tracy's counting on Pacheco making contact if it's a strike.
It was just a couple of days ago. Nelson was in a boot with that injured heel. It's a little surprised to see him back in action tonight. Rockies had a ton of injuries, the nagging kind of injuries. Got Todd Helton's been nursing a bad back. Tulowitzki with the hip. Carlos Gonzalez has a bad back. But here we sit, all tied at 1. 2 on, 1 out, and a 3-2 pitch. Runners go again. Bouncing ball foul. Pacheco hanging tough. Rockies wanted to give Pacheco a chance at the big leagues to see what he could do. He had a down year compared to what he's done throughout the Rockies minor league system prior to this season. He's always been a good hitter in the minor leagues. Matter of fact, had a career batting average of over 300 prior to this season. 278 in AAA this year. Another 3-2. Bouncing ball. McGee's got it, and his only play is first. And the Rockies stay out of the double play.
Yeah, that's why you run. You're counting on contact from your hitter for strike. And had they not been running, that certainly would have been a double play. And gives the Rockies an extra out.
So it is 2nd and 3rd, and the man who is responsible for the lone Rocky RBI is coming up, Willeen Rosario. Tied at 1, 2nd and 3rd. Lowe trying to get the Brewers to the bottom of the 11th. Braun will lead off, then Fielder, and then Hairston scheduled to hit. Rosario was an all-star in Tulsa this year, Double-A. One of the top prospects in the Rockies system. Getting a chance at 22 years of age to get some playing time in the big leagues. A strike. Breaking ball from Lowe. It's 0-2 on Rosario. Little tapper coming in is Hairston. Makes a play. Lowe gets out of it. Cameron Lowe strands a pair, and the big boys are coming up. Hoping to send them home happy at Miller Park. Braun will lead off, then Fielder.
Bottom of 11, we go in a 1-1 ball game. Prince Fielder due up. He hit the solo home run that got the Brewers tied, Davey.
Bronny getting on base, we can manufacture a run, or one of the big boys can go ahead and hit it out of here, and we can get on with our post-game show.
It is time to win this ball game, and for Brewers Live to start right after. Brian?
Hi, Craig. Davey, thank you. I like the way Davey thinks.
I do too.
Just dip and drive.
Yep.
Unfortunately, sometimes you can fall into that hit a homer in the game trap.
That's
and
normally what happens, right? Yeah. Trying to be the hero.
All right, here we go. Lindstrom back on the mound. And Braun takes a first pitch slider. Ryan is 0 for 4. Jose Reyes had 3 hits tonight. Reyes back up to 333. Braun has slipped to 328. Brewers trying to stay 6.5 ahead of the St. Louis Cardinals. A win tonight would trim their magic number to 8 with 13 games remaining after tonight. Inside, almost got him. 3-0 the count on Braun.
Now ordinarily you would think that Braun would have the green light, but he really doesn't like to swing 3-0. This might be a spot where you might do it.
The rally sombrero. I like it. And Braun taking a strike. It has been a struggle offensively. Can the Brewers come up with a big one here? The 3-1. Braun fouls it away. It was late. 96-mile-an-hour heater.
The advantage of being able to throw like that, you get yourself back into account just throwing fastballs, and now Braun not sure what he's going to get. Fastball or slider.
Throw with fastball away. And Braun off the end of the bat in the seats, foul. And from Lindstrom's perspective, that's what makes Braun so tough to pitch to. The fact he can cover that side of the plate on a big fastball. That's a swing and a miss with a lot of guys.
Yeah, that pitch was right on the corner too.
Braun strong enough, has the great strength in his wrists and forearms. He's able to use a big bat. Trying to square up with one. 3-2 pitch. Another foul out of play.
This may be Lindstrom's only hitter in this inning. You got Prince coming up. They have a lefty up. A ton of pitchers.
Lindstrom worked a scoreless 10th inning with a walk. And a full arsenal available for Jim Tracy. We'll do it again. 3-2. Another foul. Another pitch away, too close to take. And Braun able to foul it back. Lindstrom fell behind him 3-0, has come back. Braun doesn't take the collar too often. He's 0 for 4 tonight with a strikeout. And he just got a piece.
Man, he's something else, isn't he? Maybe the way he battles up there and is able to cover the plate. There's about 5 straight fastballs at 96, and finally Lindstrom throws the slider and he's able to stay alive. Makes it look easy, but it's not.
So the question, if you're Braun, Lindstrom's thrown 6 consecutive strikes. Does he have a 7th one in him? He has had some command problems in the past. 3-2. Braun lifts one, left center. He knows he got it. That ball's back. Goodbye. Ball game.
Ryan Braun puts another stake on the mantle. A game-winning home run. Bottom of the 11th. 2-1 Milwaukee wins.
Man alive, is that kid something else or what? How about that battle? How many pitches was that? 8 or 9? Finally got one down in the zone and hammered it out of here in the center field. Something else from Ryan Braun.
Our Menards player of the game. Who else? 12th career walk-off. Ryan Braun does it in dramatic fashion here tonight. And a much-needed victory. Braun and the Brewers drop their magic number to 8. A thriller at Miller Park. 2-1 the final score. And Rock, this is an at-bat for the ages here.
Yeah, this is something else. This tells you all you need to know about Ryan Braun. And Lindstrom falls behind 3-0, and then he starts nibbling his way back. Fastball on the corner. Braun a little bit behind. Braun was behind the fastball that entire at-bat. Lindstrom finally, I think on pitch number 9, throws him a slider. He's able to stay alive right there, and then he gives him one down in the zone, golfs it on out of here, down and in on pitch number 10. What an at-bat. What a game here for the Brewers to win.
And that classic swing. Ryan Braun, a game winner, and we send it down to Telly Hughes, who is with Ryan Braun.
Thanks, B.A. Ryan. You always said that you live for those type of moments. How did you know exactly when you had it?
I know I hit it pretty good off the bat. So first 10 innings for me were terrible, probably my worst baseball game of the year. So it's nice to be able to help the team out. Big win for us. We just continue to battle, continue to fight. We didn't play a very good game overall today. We found a way to win.
You mentioned your first previous at-bats and you weren't able to get a hit, but when you're in that situation, do you even think about hitting a home run or ending the game?
No, I mean, Lindstrom has too good of stuff to worry about hitting a home run, just to hope to get the bat on the barrel or the ball on the barrel and, just compete every at-bat. So first few at-bats weren't good, but you try to move on, you continue to compete. And I think good teams, good players respond to adversity, and tonight definitely dealt with plenty of adversity.
Has to feel good to get the win after such a grinder. Both teams, 1 run, 1-1 the entire game, and you were able to deliver the clutch hit.
Yeah, it's a crazy game sometimes. We didn't play very good baseball today, but somehow we found a way to win, and that's what good teams do. So, come out tomorrow, we'll try to do the same thing.
Thanks for your time, Ryan.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, that's Ryan Braun. He can celebrate with his teammates. Craig, let's send it out to you.
How fun was tonight if you stuck with us the whole way? 2 MVP candidates in the National League, each hitting solo home runs. Ryan Braun's the capper. Prince Fielder tied it midway through. But in the end, the Brewers win it in 11 innings. 2-1 is the final score tonight. Davey and I are coming right back to start our post-game coverage from Miller Park as the Brewers' magic number down to 8 for a division title.